Winnie the Pooh. I was just completely spun out yesterday. Not myself. The schedule, eating too late on Sunday, not sleeping very well on Sunday, being gone all weekend long, just running 1,000 miles an hour, missing the gym. I was completely out of my funk. Took my early morning medications too late. But today I am back on schedule. Went to the gym.
Yay!
I'm second day of fasting. Good. So I think I'm going to hit 18 hours today.
That's fantastic.
You sound more rested.
Yeah, I am. Oh, you don't even want to know what time I went to bed.
What time?
I was actually in bed, ready. I watched one episode. Please don't laugh at me, but I just got into Suits. And I know that it's circa 2012, but it actually is pretty good. I like it. I know that it's 12 years old, and boy, Meghan Markle looks pretty damn hot there.
She's still a babe.
She's hot as hell in there. But
the one that married the royal.
Yeah, the one that married the
Harry.
No, so you're not from. You probably have never watched. I think it was 9 seasons long.
Oh my God!
It was Suits, and Dan, you kind of. Is anybody else familiar with Suits?
Was it set like in the 60s?
No, it was It was set
it's like a
in
law
2012.
show.
It was modernly set. It wasn't
Yeah.
Okay.
It was on. What was it? Netflix? I think it was.
It was on Netflix,
Yeah.
and I think that's where I watch it. That's where I still watch it, is on Netflix. But Dan, there's this guy named Harvey, and he is he's a senior partner of this big law firm in New York, and he kind of reminds me, you're more of a shot out of the cannon. Harvey's more calculated and calm than you are, but you remind me a lot of Harvey. And Harvey is the big swinging D of the whole show. Like, Harvey is the man. Like,
Does Merkel hook up with him?
No, but Harvey's assistant, he's grooming this guy named Mike to be kind of like
Seeing the trailer for season 1.
Yeah. Well, I feel really stupid. It's 12 years old. I mean,
Doesn't matter.
Come on, Gramps, watch another show. I'm actually trying to get into this show. My sister always recommends me pretty good shows, and she said that Anna may like it, and it's called Octopus.
I already started it.
Oh, you did?
I'm like halfway through the first episode.
I'm not. You're not. I feel that you're not feeling it.
No, I was really tired when I watched it, so I feel like it didn't really give it a fair shake.
Octopus tentacles, and it's all about isn't that what it's called?
Octopus murders.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely not called octopus tentacles.
Okay, I'm sorry.
100%.
All right, thanks.
It's okay.
It's called octopus. You know what, Tara? No, she described it to me at dinner for Mom on Sunday as octopus murders, and then she said it has like tentacles into all this corrupt different.
That would make sense.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
And I just remembered octopus tentacles. But if I go to Netflix and just type in octopus, it'll come up, right?
Yeah.
And they're not killing octopi, right? That's not like murdering a bunch of poor octopus.
It's about this guy who was a journalist, and he was about to uncover some big story that was gonna, like the biggest conspiracy of the century, and then he got whacked.
It's like the
Yeah.
Boeing.
They tried to pin it like it was a suicide.
Like the Boeing dude?
Like the Boeing dude
like
yesterday,
from
the day
last
before.
night in Charleston,
Yeah.
kind of like
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, for real.
No, that stuff's real,
For
dude.
real.
That stuff's real. Do you
No,
really
here's
think-
the deal.
Yeah, no
Here's
way.
the deal.
He's
When
whacked.
you're dealing with multi-billion-dollar corporations that have defense contracts, that build planes, that missiles. I mean, again, I'm just an unbelievable, and they have government tentacles. And so this whistleblower from Charleston, South Carolina, who'd worked in the for Boeing and more importantly in the manufacturing, and like assembly a portion of Boeing. He wasn't like an engineer or anything like that. He was like, boots on the ground putting these things together. He was a whistleblower about the way these doors are falling off.
how they were just cutting corners.
And cutting corners is always the sin that causes the disaster.
They were
Right.
killed. 25 cash out.
And it's not like you're cutting corners on like, I don't know, like
like apparel,
shoes or a hat, or you're cutting corners on a piece of machinery that takes human beings to 40,000 feet in the air for extended periods of time, and then brings them back safely to the ground.
And when they go wrong very poorly.
And I don't know, and I don't really know what the survival rate of when things go bat crap crazy at 40,000 feet. I don't think it's survivable. Like if the side of an airplane blows out,
or
a door blows out. I think I know that you're supposed to those air masks, supposedly drop. I don't think that.
Well, that's for
cheesy.
oxygen and pressure. Because if you don't get that, you pass out.
I understand that, but man, I don't know. Those things look pretty cheesy to me.
Mm-hmm.
They look like some little plastic cup with some little bull crap tubing. I'm certainly. I need a little more assurance. I need something a little more industrial than that.
I wonder how often that's actually like necessarily deployed and how it worked.
Yeah,
over the last 10 years.
It would be interesting to be like, how many times did an airline, lose cabin pressure or something catastrophic happened, but they were able to land the plane. But in doing so, at one time the masks came out and everybody put them on, and everybody was able to get good air, and they were able to land the plane safely. To me, when the masks drop, you might as well just kiss your ass goodbye.
Right. It's just like the life rafts. I mean, the only time I've ever seen the life rafts deployed was in New York when they landed in the river.
And that was just because he had a badass pilot that skimmed her right along.
Right.
And Scully or Shelley or Sully or whatever the hell his name was.
Yeah, they landed like a seaplane.
I mean, he was like a pimp.
Yeah.
And he even landed. He had to go under a bridge.
I know. What a stud.
I mean, dude, put her down in the drink, put her up, and listen. With aviation is when you're landing in water, you're trying to keep that nose up, because as soon as that nose hits, then you pole vault yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can.
It flips on the nose.
Oh yeah. I mean, think about it.
That makes sense.
So, they try to come in just with their tail dragging and stop all the speed tail frontwards so that you don't pole vault yourself.
Because the natural tendency when you slow down is for the front of your vehicle to go down.
Right.
When you decelerate, your front tips.
So when you're a plane, you got to. And so, man, Scully, Shelley, Snully, whatever the hell his name, he really flared that bitch out.
Yeah.
Got it belly down, didn't pole vault it, and I think it was 100% survival.
I think so. There's a couple scratches and little things like that, but it's not because they're jumping off the wings onto those little life rafts.
Nobody died.
No.
And I think literally they had people standing on the wing. It floated long enough for like the Coast Guard or the New York PD or whatever to come out there with their boats and pull right up to the wing, and you just hopped on. I don't think that there were like a lot of life rafts deployed there.
Yeah, they had those tourist boats, tour boats going around.
Yeah, right there. Right there.
They're right there. What hey man, if you got a water landing, do you want to land 55 miles out, past Charleston, or do you want to land right there in the river where they got boats to come get you? I mean, didn't they do a movie on that Sully guy? Did they spin him as a good guy or a bad guy?
Oh, I hope they spun him as a good guy, man. That guy's a damn hero.
I'd heard some things where they were trying to soil him up a little bit, his reputation or something like that. But I mean, that guy's a pimp. So Dan, you might like Suits.
Looks like you have some homework. 9 seasons of homework.
9 seasons, 90 shows.
You really don't. You don't have to watch it, but I think you would really like it because it's about a lawyer who is just absolutely like the biggest sling D lawyer ever. I'm just afraid that if you watch it, you might try to start even acting more like Harvey. I mean, like, you already have your base point of how you act, which is pretty stiff. And Harvey is stiff. Hold on.
You are looking at the best closer this city has ever seen.
Closer, huh? Baseball?
By the way, there's a lot of hot chicks on here, Dan. I know that's a factor for you. Like, remember Banshee?
Yeah.
And all the hot chicks?
Yeah.
I close situations. What did you get me? I said I was going to get you 158.
All right, so I don't want to watch the trailer. It's about this big time law firm
cheating?
In New York. No, I'm not. I don't care about cheating. I just don't want to get into it. Like it's 3 minutes long, and I can just tell you what it's about. It's about this major law firm in New York. and they're this one dude named Harv. By the way, the African American woman who leads who is the senior partner, like the main chick, Dan, like on big firms that have, several different partners and names on the board. Is there one in charge usually? Is there a senior
partner? There's also like equity partners versus non-equity partners.
And then there's sometimes, like, you could get some of these prestigious firms where the, founding members have already retired out, but their names are still on the building.
Right.
And they are like, they're
like of council. They're still
right.
getting some checks.
Right.
Yeah.
They're still getting. They're on the board, and they're still getting checks.
They're just not rolling in on Monday.
They ain't doing nothing.
No.
I think John Morgan's like that nowadays.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, John Morgan didn't do nothing. But fly to Hawaii.
Yeah, make commercials. John
Morgan actually spends. I think you can only spend. There's a certain amount of days that if you're going to be
like 180 or something like that. He's at 179.
No. There's a certain amount of days if you want to be a resident of Florida, you have to spend a certain amount of days in Florida, and he has figured what that number is. You might be able to find it for me. And then he spends as many days as he can out of Florida between either I think it's his Vermont. He's a Vermont cottage, but just it's like a 7,400 square foot, cottage.
183 days.
Yeah, so you got to spend 180. So he spends 181 or 2 days outside of. I'm sorry. You take 365 and minus.
Yeah, so 183, 182. Yeah. Exactly.
So he spends 182 days outside of Florida, and it's between his cliffside, huge mansion in Maui, or in his Vermont, 7,000 square foot cottage, in during the summertime. So. That's pretty pimp, ain't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's pimp. Man, and then...
He earned it, though. He was a visionary, and, he offered his partners originally, like, hey, let's do this heavy advertising and really try to expand. And they said, nope, do it on your own.
It was originally Mullen, Calling, and Gilbert.
Yeah.
I don't think. Oh, no, Morgan,
Calling, and Gilbert.
Morgan, Calling, and Gilbert.
Mm-hmm.
And Calling and Gilbert didn't want to, couldn't see John's vision. So John bought him out and just made it Morgan and Morgan. Brought one of his sons in there.
Mm-hmm.
And
those other two guys are S and the D for beer money.
Yeah, they're doing ambulance chasing. Did you know though if you're going to be a senior partner, there's a buy-in?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Depends.
With Suits, there was a buy-in, $500,000 buy-in. Man. Thank God Jay didn't charge you $500,000 to get in, right?
Stop talking about it.
Jay's not listening this early.
Yeah.
Jay's not listening
this afternoon, though, on a playback. No buy-ins.
So, Lummy, listen. So today...
I bought him with blood and sweat.
I got Clem and Kush today. And then if you could stick around... I was maybe going to help you with is Operation Thrizzo, the Liz Eves back over the pheasant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that right after... Before it gets...
Oh, before... You mean like right after the show?
Oh, yeah.
Before they all start getting there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Yes,
okay.
We can do that. Because it won't take a gorilla like you more than, 15 or 20 minutes?
Maybe less.
Do you have gloves?
No, I'm just going to grab that in the
gloves.
I mean...
Come on. It's like a condom.
No. Pine trees...
No. These are just pretty much the palms.
Oh, these are just the palm fronds?
These are all the palm fronds.
Oh, my.
Oh, yeah. I've scouted it out. I'll send you the video if you want. I took a 17-second video.
Yeah, it's way more than I thought it was.
I was so annoyed yesterday.
Send me the video.
Yep.
So our next door neighbor, Bake More Pies, which we've always gotten along well with, and like when they needed to use our little driveway area for the dumpster that they never paid for, and were supposed to give us a key to, and never did. But anyway, we've been good neighbors to them. They didn't when I used to have Tyler's open wheel modified here, Lummy, and I would be working on it and I'd start it up.
It'd be loud.
They would be so mad because one of their little studio areas is right back there.
Yeah.
And I had this 700 horse. Woof, woof, the guy called me, goes, "What are you guys doing over there?" And I go, "I'm tuning on a race car." And he goes, "Oh, is that appropriate for this hour?"
What time is it?
I'm like, hold on, like 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's a perfect time.
And I'm like, this. First of all, this is an industrial park.
Yep.
Like this is.
Suck it.
Well, I didn't say that,
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm like, this is an industrial park, and this isn't like I'm in residential, like I'm in Dan, like I'm living by Dan. And,
Dude, I launched a helicopter out of my backyard to all my neighbors to suck it.
yeah, did you get some complaints on it?
They're like, "Are you building a helicopter pad back here?" I'm like, "Nah." But every now and then I'm going to drop one in. Okay.
So every once in a while you will helicopter in just to
continue
keep
the insult.
just to keep them guessing.
Send a message.
Right. All right. Let me. So here's our next door neighbors. They have their tree service. I don't know the ethnicity of their tree
he's
service.
a Spanish.
Okay, so he's a Spanish
Doesn't
guy.
speak much English. I've met him before.
Yeah, well, let me
That's on
talk to him,
brand.
and he'll understand my English real fast.
Yeah.
Hey, senor, el pick-up-o, el palm-fron-o, or el I will kiss all the immigration-o.
Guys.
So anyway, they have these palm fronds, which they're getting, which I appreciate them trimming the trees, but the trees are right on, the
border.
the wall, the concrete wall. They're right on our concrete wall, and when they trim them, half of the trimmings go on our side. Well,
makes sense. The guy doesn't really have a lot of respect for borders, so that would,
That's funny.
wow. Where do I have? I mean, do I have anything?
Yeah, give me
Do I
something.
have anything for that?
Same?
I think
Oh,
that's
yes.
just,
Yeah, message.
Yeah.
it's just more like that. Remember, we agreed we weren't going to just go over the top.
I
With,
know,
we
I
weren't
know.
Gonna,
That was good.
Thank you.
more like this. So the Hispanic tree trimmer who doesn't have a lot of respect for borders decides to go crazy and prunes the palm trees and then just leaves all the trimmings that land on our parking lot. And Lummy took a video of it today. Yesterday. Here we go.
Jesus. Oh, my God.
Oh my God, Lummy.
Yeah.
And Lummy.
It's destructive. If there's a car there, the car would be covered in these palm fronds. I would
hold
kill.
on, hold on.
I'd kill a man.
Can you imagine?
No.
Can you imagine if you had nosed up the Ferrari right there, which wouldn't be unreasonable for you to do?
No, especially with all the stuff going on here.
And they, Dan, could you? I mean, could we'd have to get Jimmy Cleavis probably to hold you back?
Yeah.
I mean, you would, and it did.
And they'd be liable.
Oh yeah.
Civilly. I mean, if they damaged it, first of all, there'd be a fight. Second of all, there'd be a lawsuit.
So, Lummy, I'm thinking.
I can't believe it.
So,
they didn't say anything or say, hey, guys,
They
we
did it
dropped-
on the weekend.
And that trailer, Lemmy,
Yeah.
backs up right against the wall. So if you need to stand on that trailer to really get it, to really fling it. Or I almost think, Lemmy, that we don't do him a favor and put it on in one pile, that we just fling it.
Oh, I
And
was just,
it's-
yeah,
and it's
that's what I was
erratic.
gonna do.
One at a time.
Over the
Well, no,
wall.
I mean, I was gonna grab a couple at a time and just throw them over.
Right, and just erratically throw them in different places so that we don't want to pile them all up for them and make it easy for them.
Exactly. Goodbye, Bob Cook.
Bob Cook, by the way.
Or here's another alternative. Don't they have a gate?
Yeah.
You could just pile it up in one big pile and just drop it off right in front of their freaking gate.
Oh,
And say,
Lummy.
that way we're not just throwing it away. We're just giving you your palm fronds back,
But
gentlemen.
that does make it a little easier for them because then they all have to do is drag it to the side of the curb.
Well, but that's fine. At least they know that they can't get in or out until they take care of that task instead of leaving their dirty toilet paper in your yard for 2 days.
Lummy, send that to me so I can send it to the guy over there.
Okay.
And say,
And that's by putting it in a driveway right in front of their gate is one big pile, which you could definitely do. Put in your truck and then just slide it all out as one big pile. It shows them this is the volume you guys left in our yard. We're making it easy for you to get it, but you're getting it and we're not. You're going to throw it away in your dumpster or your whatever, and we're not. And don't do it again. I think it's a good FU without being a capital F.
I mean, yeah. I mean, but now you're instantaneously like you're drawing a line in the sand, like right, Lummy,
But
like
throwing it over the wall doesn't do the same thing. But
no,
without,
I mean, I don't think it does.
it's
I think
disruptive because if you put
I think throwing it over the wall just says, hey, listen,
up your stuff.
Pick up this is what you threw over our wall, and so this is what we're throwing back over your wall.
But if you're the owner and you don't know this crap is going on, and there's a nice pile of palm fronds that were left in my yard, in your front yard now, in your driveway, I think the owner who controls this stuff will be a little bit more
the owner.
attuned.
You know the owner.
I know him, and so I think that's a way to politely let them know this isn't appropriate.
Or you try to be maybe you try
Can
to
you call him?
be you try to be.
Hold on.
Maybe,
Hey, you already said that.
I did. Maybe you try to be a little bit better of a neighbor, and you just pile them up, in a pile by their dumpster area or something like that, and say, hey, listen, and then show them this video. You send them the video and you said, listen, I had my guy pile them all up. They're in that corner, in that corner. Can you please not do this again? Instead of putting them at their front door. Now, that's that's just, I don't know. Just saying, we have to drop them over anyway. Why not just drop them in one little area?
Because arguably, you're doing the same thing they're doing, and you're throwing trash over the wall. But if you put it in their front driveway,
we're just throwing their trash back over the wall.
You just didn't. I know it's their trash back, but still, it's now it's your trash.
Yeah, but one's an FU, and the other one is a
controlled statement.
I think you already said that again, so here we go.
Getting all my stuff up here. Yeah. One's an FU, and one is a disgruntled neighbor that took the high road. Kind of.
Yeah.
Which one's which?
I mean,
I don't know.
We took the high road.
Us taking the high road, dumping it over the wall.
Yeah, but putting it all in one area.
Okay, just dumping it all like near the front on the wall.
Yeah, and just say, listen, we just threw it back over, or do we pick it up? Do we pick it up and dispose of it ourselves, and show them the video of what we did and picked up and had to dispose ourselves? But we show them the video. And then they owe us one. I don't know. I'm open for suggestions.
Well, I like the guy, and he's having a very bad month.
I know he's going through a bad divorce,
and he's also got a bad financial deal. Not financial.
I know he's just got a bad situation.
Car deal. He's got a bad car
situation.
deal. So he's a nice guy.
He's got a bad family situation.
He's got a bad family situation. He also has a bad car situation right now too. That's irritating him.
Okay.
It's a huge bad car situation.
And the thing about it is, he is usually super cool to deal with.
Yeah, he's nice.
And he's not even part of that building. He owns the building, but he only has a little back part of it where he keeps a couple Lambos. The front part of the building he leases to this company that I don't think he has anything to do with.
Which is why they both hear about it, and they'll both do something about it if you leave it in a nice little pile at the front driveway. That's why because there's so many like sergeants and corporals in this business that it's not going to rise to the level of the people that really matter knowing.
That's why I think Bubba sends a video, because I think if you put it at the front and block them in, we're just going to have people over there that may hate us more than
here's the deal. Well, here's the bottom line. You could load this in the back of your pickup truck and dumpster dive, and really not be that big of a deal. And it'd be the friendly way to do it. And then you send the video to Bruce or Doug or whatever his name is, along with the guy over there that is the manager. I have both of their numbers.
Yeah. You got Doug's?
I
give it to you.
I think, and if not, I'll get it from you.
Yeah, and just send the video. We cleaned it up.
Listen,
please don't do it again.
Yeah, hey, listen, guys. Thank you for trimming the trees, but can you tell your guys to please be mindful that half of it comes on our property.
Mindful.
Thank God. Yeah. Thank God we didn't. And I'm going to use you. I'm going to say thank God that Dr. Dan or Steve's, or Jay Diaco. See, he knows you.
Yeah.
So this is the game you play. Thank God that Jay or Dan's Ferrari or Porsches were not parked there. Sometimes they do park in that area. And so, thank God they weren't parked there, because this would be even a worse situation. But we cleaned it up. We got rid of it. And please understand the volume and how disruptive this is. And please don't let it happen again.
I think that's good.
All super nice. And then the dude that has the nice cars, who knows you and Jay, he'd be like, oh, yeah, if my Lamborghini was on the other side of that and Bubba threw his stuff on I would be, because you're gonna, if there was any type of car, whether it's Gus or Dan's Ferrari, and you throw this stuff and it hits the hood, it's gonna scratch it.
Yeah, dude, a palm front will total the smart car.
Yeah, well, smart cars wrapped courtesy of Crockett's Towing, but
I mean, those palm trees are like 10 feet up, so
yeah, I mean,
when they fall,
when they fall, like a piano falling on the car.
Yeah, when they fall, a lot of times this part of the leaf, which has like roots, and this isn't just
this is a healthy part,
right?
It's sharp and strong,
and it's got stuff on it.
Yeah,
and
like sap.
So let's just instead of throwing it over, let's change gears a little bit here,
and just pile. I'll just take it with me
and take it with you.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna send that video. If you could,
I text it to you.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
You could text it to me, and then Dan, if you could get me Doug's information,
sure.
And then I'll politely. And I think that'll get us further
probably
than, piling it up. And the next thing you know, there's 4 or 5 snowflake employees that don't know how to get in. I mean, seriously.
They could argue you trapped them in.
Right.
They
call Morgan and Morgan on us now.
Right, exactly.
Been trapped in.
Denied them their freedom. Kidnapping.
Neighbor block your front drive. Call Morgan and Morgan. Neighbor block your front drive with palm fronds. And girls were scared to get out and move them. Call 4 pound law. That's all. Now, size matters.
Size matters. It does. Sometimes. When a palm frond falls off naturally, though, there's nothing sharp on it, and it comes down softly. But when you cut it, like you said, that sharp edge that you just cut has got juice and a sharp angle, which would absolutely dent a car.
Lummy, a very rare day yesterday. I didn't want to really bring it up, but I thought if I was going to bring it up, I'd bring it up early, and didn't get one PayPal yesterday.
Oh, no.
I think it might. See, I think that's completely my fault. It was just I did not put on a good show yesterday. I think the after show was pretty good, just because I was starting to get warmed up. And by the way, that after show available anywhere you get your podcasting. Just type in the Bubba Army. It's easiest just to go to Bubba Army HQ. Sign up for a grunt status, which is free. We just get your information as far as your email. That's it. Create a screen name, and then you can download the daily podcast right there if you'd like. So anyway, Lummy, yesterday's podcast I thought was pretty good, and I think today's show started out better, but not one PayPal yesterday.
Jeez.
Broke my little heart. I was like, man, that's a direct reflection upon my ability to host a show. I suck. See, I just don't get on you, Dan, at times, or anybody else. I get on myself too, which is evident by when we don't make we're like almost like a stripper. Like if I tanned and I went to the gym and I look good and I get on stage and I'm shaking that ass, and I make
not a single dollar,
and I go back to the back and I'm counting my money and I got like $100, $200. Or there's probably some poor little strippers that go out there that don't get like
$40.
No, like 1 or 2. Maybe nothing. Maybe you're a daytime girl and there's nobody at the club and you're just dancing on that lonely pole and there's no money that comes out at all.
That's sad.
That's how I felt yesterday, a stripper that didn't make any money. So sorry I wasn't shaking my ass good enough. I'll try to shake it better today, okay?
Thank you.
When I come back, you can see, yes, they're available. I'm going to probably make them.
They look so cool.
And now what you can't really see is you can't see that there's actually a white. See the white
tip.
Cleat?
Yeah, I couldn't see that in the first picture. Now do close up.
Yeah, so if you look at it, it's a cleat, but then it's got the white tip on it as well. So it's a white, more of a cleat. If you look at it from as a distance, it doesn't look like it's like, where's the cleats? Well, here's the cleats. Can you see the white portion of the cleats? And this is made for baseball or football. I wouldn't probably suggest it for soccer because I don't think guys wear high tops for soccer. But definitely football and definitely baseball. Dan, do you want me to put? You gave me all the sizes and stuff. Do you want me to put your order in?
Yes, if you're doing it, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So because you don't have time to go through each every one of these.
And please don't make me do that.
No, that's what I said. I'll do it.
Thank you.
Then I'll give you an amount. And we can settle up some way, shape, or form. Bubba Army merch.
Thank you.
Bubba Army store. Bubba Army shop. We've now taken the Air Bubba Trump inspired high top and made it into a cleat. Now, let me get a hold of your two dads.
Yes.
That wanted to outfit their team with Air Bubba cleats, and then for the average guy that wasn't part of the 3 groups that contacted me, Dan's group and 2 others. Now you can individually buy these for yourself or for your kid if you'd like. We're going to keep them up probably till we'll probably keep them open a week, but we'll make it Wednesday, Lummy, Wednesday at like 10 o'clock.
It's a deadline.
Wednesday at 10 a.m. And then I got to put the order in. The basketball shoe portion of this, which was open for a week, they're in manufacturing. I've already seen, Lummy, like the first couple come off the press.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, we should have them in less than 4 weeks.
Woo-hoo.
Wow.
Yeah. And then these cleats 4 weeks behind that. So go to Bubba Army store, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop. We'll put it up on the Facebook today. We'll put it up on the X and all those great things.
Chop it up space 20 on the Cash App.
Thank you, buddy.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
I know, but so are the rivets.
I didn't know about the rivets.
Mm-hmm. Look it up.
What's up, CC? Good morning. Jay Bowler. Organic Gene, Trick Knee, Hey, Jelly, True Good, 2011. Doug. Bowl, Dolores Lawyer. Bike Trash Racing. Whoa! Another. I don't know where it is. I'll legit fight anyone. Any Bowers. Spencer. Elkhart Rob, good morning. Grumpy Old Man, Steve, good morning. Doug. Who's RBI? Doug. Durbin. Guru. More. Doug. Stephen Coco, good morning. Thanks, Cece. So Stephen Coco, good morning. Group of Lips. Funny face, thank you. Blowbug, Terry, Lips, Snizzle, Lizaire. What's up, Nick the Gun Guy? Iggy. Hollywood 69, I agree. Jay Gator. Waffle's a good place for that. Sorry to hear that. Little bug. Simon. CC. Dutch Duke. Hanson was the mole of the morning. Hey, fan in Orlando. Dutch Duke. Second. Ruggish. Nerd. Good morning. Marcus Taylor, the answer is yes, I am.
Did you see that video of those two chicks fighting, those two teens?
No, I'm still, the only chick video I like fighting was that naked skinny chick in California fighting that beast with the club. That was the best chick fighting video I've ever seen.
That was fucking bizarre shit.
It was awesome. That girl was a smoke show and out of her mind.
Strutting. She was like,
yeah, it was so funny.
It's like, what?
She's one of those people that probably like does, you know, like crystals and
the
patchouli
yoga
oil
got
and all
away
that
from
shit.
her.
Yeah.
The ayahuasca got away from her.
Yeah, just one trip too many.
Yeah, that was awesome. I'd like to follow up on that. But no, this.
I like to see her face.
Yeah,
it's always blacked out.
I feel like I did see it though.
Was she pretty? She was definitely thin in shape.
Yeah. She was thin, yeah.
Maybe she was just cracked out thin. You know?
Yeah, no, I think she was like pretty.
Was she? She looked, even though it was blurred, it looked like she could have potentially been pretty. Because you know the blur, you kind of come out of the blur for a second, punch your face at one at a time. Yeah. She looked like she had normal features. She didn't look like she was.
No, she didn't look like cracked out thin.
No.
She looked
like she
young.
was just a young thin.
Yeah, she looked good. No, this video also involves a thin girl, not so hot. She's
fighting another girl.
Yeah, another girl's like way bigger than her.
She kicked her ass.
Dude, she's smashing her head against the ground. The girl has a seizure.
The big girl?
The small girl.
Dan, are your sizes adult sizes or kid sizes?
They're they're adult.
Okay.
No, that's kind of disturbing.
Yeah, I like people getting.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
So let me just basically me videotaping you know, maybe throwing them in the back of your truck or something like that.
Yeah, just cleaning it up.
Yeah, it's not nearly as pimp or sexy as we wanted it to be. We're kind of being a bunch of pussies on this, are we not?
A little bit, but I mean, I brought my selfie stick if you just want to boss me around and leave me around.
I brought my selfie stick if you just want to boss me around. Maybe you know what? Maybe I help you. Maybe
you're the boss.
No, I know, but I mean, I like doing manual labor, and you know, maybe I help you. I help load up your truck. It'll be that much faster. We'll put the selfie stick down to the ground, show us loading it up. And then that's even more effective when we send it to Doug or Bruce when he sees that, you know, even I'm out there cleaning it up.
Do you want me to help clean too?
Yo,
in my outfit? Yeah,
no,
let's do that.
No,
look, even Diaco had to help.
And hold on, with the stethoscope and the lab coat.
Yeah.
Or your scrubs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
even Dan
on.
came down from surgery to help clean this mess up. Jesus. I am so very, very thankful. Fish on the J. And then Amy, you know, of course, Greg and Amy. Today's Amy's first day on the solo route. Remember, they used to be tandem truckers where they would have like they would go from like Pennsylvania to Ontario, California, and then back. And Amy was like the night driver, or Greg did one leg and Amy did the other. And then they like, listen, this is just keeping us away from home too long. We're only home one day a week.
Jeez.
And it's just that's what Scout and Big Gulp does as far as tandem trucking. And it just really, it pays well, but it's just a tough life. So they're like, you know what? We're both experienced truck drivers. Let's each get day routes. Like they have truck driver day routes where you're home every night.
Oh, that's nice.
You're literally
sweet.
like if you drive if you drive for Publix. Let's say you're a truck driver for Publix. You go to Publix, you pick up your truck, you drive it to Jacksonville, you unload it. I mean, you don't unload it. You pull up.
Let me unload it.
No, you pull it up to the
guy. Yeah, to the stock,
to the
loading dock.
To the loading dock. They forklift it out, and I don't know if they give you another one. Another trailer that you take back full to Lakeland, or you're just coming back deadheaded empty. But then that takes 8 hours, and that's an 8-hour day. And you pick up your truck in Lakeland and you drop off your truck in Lakeland.
And those are people that like own their own cabs. Do most of these guys own their own cabs?
No.
Is that like the typical thing?
No, they do not. Most do not own their own cabs. Like Scout and Big Gulp drive for a big company. I'm assuming Greg and Amy are driving for something like a UPS that kind of deal. Like they have to shuttle freight across the state.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure Pennsylvania has like a Pittsburgh to Philly run or something like that and back. That's a one-day deal. So Amy and Greg have turned into daytime only guys. That's why they're home every night.
That's nice.
And then a huge 150 on the PayPal.
Wow.
And Stephen Coco. Is that the
Yeah, Stephen Coco.
A nice large contribution on PayPal as well. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army.
Stephen Coco just gave me a pop.
Today, Lummy, I'm trying to do a food review, and does the Kentucky Fried Chicken still got the pizza?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I'm going to try to do that today.
Is it chicken on the pizza? Do they put chicken on the pizza, or is it just regular pizza?
I'll send it to you. It's a piece of chicken with pepperoni and cheese on top.
Oh, it's backwards. That's kind of cool.
Cheesa?
Yeah, the cheese.
66 grams of protein.
Wow.
Yeah, how much?
I don't care how much other stuff.
Dan goes, I don't care. I don't care how much other stuff.
Care about that.
You don't care about calories,
No,
anything like that?
I don't care about any of that. But Bubba, I just wanted to say that you were right again. You're always right, you son of a bitch.
About what?
The Titanic scraped along the side of the iceberg, and the rivets holding the sides together sheared off. The force of the collision with the iceberg also caused the rivets to simply pop off.
Did that not blow your mind?
Yep.
Did that not blow your mind?
It did. Like the steel of the hull, they too failed in a brittle mode because they were too brittle with the same ductile to brittle transition temperature reason.
I had watched, some documentary, years ago about where they were putting together the Titanic and they had a batch full of rivets. They were testing the rivets, because it's pretty important. These big, huge panels of steel that they're holding together basically keeps the boat, buoyant. You can't have, you gotta have total steel, total everything. And so they had discovered that they had gotten like almost a quarter of the boat's rivets were found to have didn't test, or
they're too brittle.
They were just they didn't,
because metal has to have a little flex to it. That's one of the beautiful things about metal. It has a little bit of play.
So they were testing these rivets, and it was known that the rivets that they put on were kind of a suspect batch.
Yeah, let's just put the bad rivets underwater, the part that's going to hit stuff.
Right, and so they went with the crappy rivets instead of because at that point they were going to have to like disassemble half of the ship.
Oh, really? They were pot committed, like they had already installed half of them.
Yes.
Oh wow. So it wasn't like So was it a time thing? Was it a money thing, or was it just
hold on? It
negligence?
Was probably a both thing.
Yeah.
It was probably, hey, we've sold X amount of dollars of tickets to take this maiden voyage that we've promised the boat will be ready by this date, and then to take the cost to take all these rivets off, the manual labor, and put them back on is going to put us way behind our maiden voyage date, and we're just going to take a chance. So I mean, I think it was both. But again, I was right. Does that not just blow your mind? Something that trivial that nobody would know, I retained for some stupid reason.
It's important, though, to just as a lesson, when you cut corners from the Titanic to today's Boeing, disasters can happen.
They were saying that,
especially in safety, and that happened to that thing that went down and got crushed underwater went to see the Titanic. Again,
the submersible thing.
Yeah, the submersible. They were cutting corners because that thing did not have a multiple dive life to it. They should have built a second one.
And the documentary that I saw about the rivets deal, they were saying that as the bottom of the ship was hitting the iceberg, it wasn't the top part of the iceberg, that it was the bottom.
It's underneath.
The draft of the ship was hitting these big huge chunks of ice, and they were saying that there was parts of the Titanic that survived the hit, and the parts that didn't survive the hits were the ones with the soft rivets. That's what tore it open, because it said had they used the right rivets, the ones that were hardened and better, that them hitting the iceberg probably would have been survivable, because it wouldn't have blown as many sections out. Mm-hmm. And if they had half as many sections blown out, if all the sections with the bad rivets that got blowed out would have not blowed out, because there were sections of the boat that did hit the iceberg that didn't cave in and get smashed because it had the right rivets.
Right.
This all came down to rivets, bitch. It's a dirty game.
Yeah. I wonder if the cold made it worse, too. The cold water made it more brittle. I think that had something to do with it, too.
I don't know.
Temperatures.
I heard it.
I think they were tested at room temperature, and then they realized when it got cold, they got brittle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
But you would think, you'd know, I mean, you're sailing the boat in the cold water.
A lot of times when they're putting on rivets, it's hot. And then part of the cooling process is what shrinks or expands the rivet into the hole that makes it like.
They put them in hot.
Makes it in yeah. I mean, like in the big girder in the old time. A skyscraper manufacturer, they would use hot rivets and they would throw them to these guys in the buckets. And then they had to, within 30 seconds, get that rivet put in that hole
and peen it,
because that rivet would continue to expand the cooler it got. So when they threw the rivet to the dude, let me see if you find me any footage of hot rivet throwers. I know that I know that I've seen it. And so Dan, they had this one guy with this big torch, and he would be heating up the rivets, and he would literally throw it to a guy in a bucket. And the guy would have to catch it. And they were 800 feet up in the air putting these girders on these New York skyscrapers. The guy would then have to take it out of his bucket while it was still red hot and put it into the hole that was holding the girder on. And as it cooled, that rivet expanded. And then, almost
hammer it in.
And then they would hammer it in, and then it would practically weld itself onto that steel as it was expanding. When it was hot, it was very pliable, and and you could get it to go into the hole. But when it was cool, it had kind of self-welded itself onto into a non-expandable joint. I think
of the guys at the building the Empire State Building.
Dan, wait till you see this.
I'm sure one of those rivets fell too, right? Don't you think? Into the crowd.
It would be interesting. It would be interesting to know how many people died back in the day when they used to work. These people that built these skyscrapers. There was sometimes a couple people died a week. Because they didn't have any.
I think you already said that. That's okay.
It says 14.
Because they didn't have any. Where this came from. I know. I'm trying to find it.
Just a couple.
Where this came from. I know. I'm trying to find it.
Just a couple.
It just completely throws me out. There we go. Mother effer.
5 people died while constructing the Empire State Building. So that's it.
Yeah, only 5.
That's all. Yeah, that's not bad.
So watch this, Dan. Watch this. So this guy here. Now watch. You can see the guy on the right. Looks like he's churning up the fire to really get the rivets hot. Now look back. Oh, hold on. Now look. These guys are on girders. No safety harnesses. Nothing. And this one guy comes up on a crane, and he's saying hi to everybody. Look.
Hey,
guys, hey fellas, just want to let you know I started on the ground and I'm going 2 more floors up. How you doing, fellas? Now watch. So Dan, did you see him throw the hot rivet?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So watch this. So he's heating up the rivet. Now he takes it and he throws it. Guy takes the rivet in a bucket.
And they were putting it in.
Now they're putting it in.
This could be an OSHA commercial.
Unbelievable.
So I was right again.
Yes, you were.
They would heat the rivets, and they have one guy, just one dude that had to catch it with a bucket, and then he handed it to the 2 dudes that were doing the install, and can you imagine the slow process of that? My Lord. So today on the after show, I'm going to try. I mean, after I get out of here, Clem and Kush is right after, or will be the podcast of the day. You can get that wherever you get your podcasting. Just search The Bubba Army, Clem and Kush. It's very popular. It's almost as popular as Flapping Gaps and Two Live Jews. But we got some great franchises over there in our podcasting world. I think we're getting ready to hit 7 million downloads.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So that will be that. And then hopefully if I have enough energy and I'm not, but I feel pretty energetic that I can get in my NASCAR-styled Adam from Fenderworks sponsored 04 Crown Vic Lummy. It'll be the first time I don't think I've done a food review in the Crown Vic since it's been painted and it looks like a legitimate vehicle.
I don't believe so.
No. So I'm going to do it. Of course, I'll have Bella in the back, Merch Quick with me, and it looks like I'm going to get this new Kentucky Fried Chicken pizza.
Yeah, I sent you a link to it.
You did?
Yeah.
All right, let me see. Let me see what it looks like here. This is the new Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let me see.
Do you want to crush it with your toes?
Ooh, I do. Yeah.
What is this, Lummy?
That's it.
How do you hold on to it? Is there a bun? Is there?
No, you hold on to it by the pieces of chicken.
It's like a big chicken tender.
It's like a
It looks like they cut it into pieces.
Close up on it?
I don't know if let's let me get close up on it. I'm trying to.
Yeah, it looks like they slice it for you into 4 different slices.
I know, but like this, that looks like those cheese and pepperonis would fall right on off.
No.
Oh, the cheese sticks it all together.
You got to hold it to the side.
Not after they've been sitting under that heat lamp for 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. It's like glue. It's like a hot
regular
rivet.
regular Chizza combo.
Chizza what?
Is that what it is? Chizza?
Yeah, it's a Chizza.
Chizza,
You're right.
please.
I thought it was Chizza, but you're right. It's Chizza.
Chizza. I'm going to get me a Chizza. Okay, Chizza. I'll see you later.
Chizza, please.
Bring me a Chizza too, please. Chizza, please. So my food review might be the Chizza of the Kentucky Fried Chicken pizza is what it kind of looks like, right?
Yes.
Listen, I was all yesterday excited, for the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson deal. There should be no way in the world that. By the way, they've announced this pay-per-view. It's in July, and it's going to be at where the Cowboys play, and that's what they're expecting. What 100,000, 80 to 100,000 people in attendance.
Yep.
Jesus.
For nothing more than a WWE match.
And so, this Jake Paul guy is, he's boxed everybody and their brother, all these washed up people, and he always wins. Has he been beat yet?
Once. Fury.
Yeah, he lost to Tommy Fury, who's an actual
Tyson.
boxer.
Hold on. And did Tommy Fury kill him?
It's Tyson Fury, isn't it?
No, Tommy Fury.
It's Tommy?
Different guy.
Oh, the younger, better-looking brother.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't think he's related to Tyson Fury.
I think it's his brother.
I thought it was his brother.
Like half brother.
Yeah, all right, let's not get down that goddamn rabbit hole.
So
Let's
anyway,
don't worry
Bubba,
about
but as a kid, didn't you kind of wish you could have fought like Tyson or Holyfield or De La Hoya or Mayweather?
Me?
I mean, would you think it would be cool to have been competitive and been in that ring with him? I mean, as a kid, I thought Mike Tyson scared me, but all the other boxers, I thought, God, I wish I could have gotten to that level and been in there.
Yeah.
So,
Whatever.
but what I'm saying is even though I think that Paul's a douche, I don't like him at all. But what he's doing is cool because he's getting to fight These guys, even though I know it's staged, it's clown gloves.
All it is it's a PR opportunity and an ability to create unbelievable content. It's threefold, and it makes him a huge pop culture star, and it makes him rich and things like that. But it's a joke in the fact that I don't know that one of his matches has really been a legitimate old school Marvin Hagler versus Sugar Ray Leonard. The stuff that are, the fights that we all grew up with, even the Buster Douglas, Mike Tyson, even the George Foreman, Muhammad Ali, Muhammad Ali, Smoking Joe Frazier, just all the great fights that we grew up watching. This is not that.
I understand that.
And Jake Paul has yet to have, in my opinion, a legitimately sanctioned fight. He always has to now.
No, they're all BS. I agree. They're all BS, and I hate that part of it. I just think it's kind of cool. Just like Bubba, if here's my metaphor. What if you got a chance to do like an IROC race with like Mario Andretti, Tony Stewart, a Petty, like retired older race car drivers that were the famous could be in their prime. If we could bring, that's even though it's not as competitive as like today's Formula One race, but I think there's some entertainment value to, watching, Tony Stewart versus Mario Andretti versus Kyle Petty versus, all those people.
Yeah,
I think that's
hold on.
Giving Bubba like a huge lead,
but hold on, all those people. I'm not like whatever metaphor you're going to use. Let me tell you this metaphor. They now have come out with this completely has my enthusiasm for this boxing match right down to nothing.
I understand that because of the giant gloves and the way it's going to be staged.
18-ounce gloves.
Headgear.
Yeah,
headgear's stupid.
Normally, a professional state-sanctioned boxing match, and you did a lot of these.
Yep, about 150 of them.
Are 10-ounce gloves and a mouthpiece.
I know Tyson's the GOAT, but that's what happens when you fight a 57-year-old. I don't know. I get what Dan's saying.
So you're
they
saying
should do wheelchair jousting then.
Hold on. So you're saying that the headgear and the pillow gloves would be a Mike Tyson? His camp would call for it?
Yes.
No way would his camp call for it.
I don't think Jake Paul wants to be hit dead on by one of Mike Tyson's real punches.
I think Jake Paul's camp's calling for this because Mike Tyson would scoff at that. Because he's a real fighter.
Except for one thing, Bubba. Because Tyson is 58, they may not be able to sanction him as a pro, and maybe they have to sanction him as an amateur because of the age. And that would necessitate the headgear.
Even amateur fights have headgear and I think 14 or 12-ounce gloves.
Then they should do that. I think that would be a better compromise. 14-ounce gloves.
An 18-ounce glove.
Stupid.
Is literally if I had the right headgear on and an 18-ounce glove, I could survive a Mike Tyson hit. If you just got a little bit of a jaw on you and you're a little bit tough. And you've been hit in the head a few times and had your lights knocked out, so it doesn't come as such a shock. You could most real dudes could probably absorb a Mike Tyson, the baddest throw as long as you got your hands up and your hands are your first line of defense, which is your big 18-ounce gloves, going through his big 18-ounce glove with a set of headgear. So now I got 36 ounces of padding and a headgear. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not going to get him. I'm going to have my dukes up. He's not going to get one clean on me. And if he does get one clean, he's literally hitting me with a pillow.
Now, just to further your point, I don't know if it's said in this article, but apparently Tyson isn't planning on wearing any of the headgear. He doesn't have to.
Right.
I guess Jake Paul is the only one who's going to be.
Good.
Oh, what a bitch.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
What a bitch. He's 20 years younger. He's got to wear a headgear. God, he's a bitch.
It only
Sorry,
validates.
I take it all back, Bubba.
It only validates.
Yeah, sorry, I doubted you.
Thank you again. I'm right again. Just like the goddamn rivets and everything
riveting.
else. I'm just telling you. And so, this just validates how much of a fraudster Jake Paul. Now, Jake Paul's brother, that guy is.
Is he better?
Well, I'll tell you this: he's more of a wrestler
More of a face.
than his brother is a boxer. Logan Paul has gone on and done quite well with the WWE. Now, I know that's staged and that's predetermined, but the athleticism needed. I mean, the guy's pretty damn good. It's tough to be a good professional wrestler and put people over and know how to do a job and know how to get the rub. And he really has excelled for a newcomer on the WWE scene, and it's worked out well for both because obviously his brother has, I think, just as large of a social presence as Jake does. I think Logan is who's bigger. Are they both just
Logan, probably.
All right. So Logan, the wrestler, probably has more added value for WWE than Jake. But both of them are huge.
Sure.
And
Logan was the OG though.
And Logan is. I don't think Logan's making a clown out of himself at the WWE. I think he's doing pretty damn good.
He has a career now, right? He's a solid guy there.
Has a huge podcast. He has a WWE thing. He got into like Pokemon cards, and he has his hands in everything.
You got the Prime stuff too.
With the Prime, that's right.
Yeah, they struck a deal with WWE. So for every WWE pay-per-view over the next year, they're going to have in the middle of the ring a Prime bottle logo.
Wow.
I think the first time in WWE history. But also just
Is it full of sugar, though?
It's full of it.
Yeah,
it's got so much sugar in it. I'm not like anti-sugar, but they're too sweet for me to drink.
Hello, who's this?
Oh.
Yeah, it's Tommy from up north.
Tommy from up north. What can I do for you?
Yeah, so what we're talking about might be semi-illegal, so that's what I'm saying. But when I heard about this fight, man, I love Tyson. I've always watched him. I watched him get his ear bit off live. I'm interested to see this in Jake Paul. Here's the thing. I love it. And I'm going to watch it. They're not going to stop me. But I'm not going to pay for it. I got my ways, and I'm going to let all my homeboys know how to do it, too.
Well, listen, sir,
it's not illegal. It's not illegal.
Tommy, shut up. I'm not going to advocate you stealing the pay-per-view of the Jake Paul Mike Tyson.
Well, it's not.
So, yeah, that's what you said. You're not going to pay for it. You're going to find other means to get it.
No, listen, sir.
So what's your point? What is your point? What is your point of calling my show right now, other than that you've proclaimed that you're going to watch the fight, they can't stop you from watching it, and you're not going to pay for it? What other bit of information are you going to give me?
You don't want to hear the other side of the point. Why? Well, you don't want to hear the other viewpoint. Listen. Streaming right now is not illegal because listen, Mr. King Sponge, if somebody set up a projector outside your window, your bedroom window, a big projector, they set a projector outside your window, your neighbor set a projector outside your window, they played some movie, and you looked out your window and you watched whatever they had on their projector.
All right, buddy, you're gonna rip off the fight. Who cares? Why are you calling me about it? I could care less whether your neighbor throws a projector out of his window or not, buddy. I'm trying to talk about the actual fight in itself, and they're using headgear and 18-ounce gloves. That's far different than you. That's far different.
It's not illegal.
Hey,
There's a guy on.
This is Dan from down south.
Jesus.
What's up, man? I'm going to steal something, but it's not illegal.
Yeah, like I'm talking about the logistics of the fight and the equipment they're going to wear makes this a marshmallow fest.
Well,
and it's just a joke. It does everything. It validates everything that everybody already thinks about Jake Paul, and that is he does one of two things. He does one thing mostly. He probably does have a little bit of a skill, a pretty damn good skill set with regards to boxing.
He's a stud,
but he's not on the level of the people that he's fought, and the people that he's fought that he's won. A lot of people speculate that there's this big buyout deal where you tell Mike Tyson, hey, listen, yes, you can go out there and knock him. You can beat. We know you can, but that only is going to be able for us to continue the Jake Paul brand. As soon as he gets his ass kicked, that kind of hurts the brand a little bit. We can't gouge people for another pay-per-view. So if we pay you $12 million for make it look close, but at the end of the day, Jake gets you. Make it look close. And for 12, you don't think Mike Tyson for $12 million I mean, that's what everybody speculates Jake Paul does. Am I not right?
I think.
Yeah.
I think there's a high chance of that.
It's the reputation he has. But also, I tried to get you a straight answer on the headgear. And it turns out Ariel Helwani, who's an MMA journalist, but he's a fight journalist. He's more notable. He's been around for a while. He went on record to dispute a lot of what's been said. They are going to be wearing heavier gloves, but no headgear at the least, he says. But at the end of the day, nothing's been confirmed by either Netflix or the fighter, so I guess we'll just have to find out. But he went on record and said he knows for a fact there's not going to be any headgear.
They will look like, two kids, an intramural class, if they put these big headgears on with 18-ounce gloves. 18-ounce gloves in themselves.
Those soccer boppers.
Yeah, those are the kind of gloves that when I owned nightclubs, we'd have, ladies' fight night, and you put them on there, and the girls would not get hot chicks could beat the crap out of each other and not even get like a swollen lip because you're hitting them literally with, 18 ounces of pillow. So I don't know, man. They better get this worked out quickly and get the truth out there, because I think it could potentially make a person not want to purchase it. Mm-hmm. I would go from maybe being interested in watching it, purchasing it, if I knew it was more of a legitimate boxing match and not a headgear and 18-ounce big bopper. You might as well get, you can go to Walmart. You can go to Walmart and buy those big, incredible Hulk gloves that you give to your two kids, and they smash the hell out of each other and you can't hurt each other. That's what this is.
Pretty much.
So I mean, they need to get the correct information out as to how this is going to be. Now that this is already a thing. I mean, 1 or 2 days after they announced that they were going to fight, now we got, what the equipment's going to be controversy.
Yeah, but why not let people post about it for an extra 2-3 days so you can milk the engagement, you can milk the mentions. It's not the worst thing in the world. I know they're getting...
So are you saying that they may come out with this misinformation so that everybody gets full hot on the deal, and then they come back and correct it with what we want to hear, and they were able to get us riled up there for a couple days?
Well, they didn't come out with anything. I think the rumor started, it was some dude on a podcast who had said that he knows they're going to be wearing headgear, and he's like, I'm not going to pay for it. I know that they're going to be doing this and that, but then you've got the journalist guy, Helwani, going on his podcast and disputing it. He's an accredited journalist. He's got credentials, all these fights. So, I mean, I don't think they mind it. It keeps the fight being talked about for sure.
No further details have been released about the July 20th bout at the Dallas Cowboys AT&T Stadium, where they expect over 80,000 to attend to see the spectacle. However, British heavyweight, what's the guy's name? Chirosa or whatever, has claimed that he knows what the rules are that have been put in place about the bout, and it's and has brandished them as an effing joke. He told some radio show, Raheem. Is Raheem Morris doing a show now? I know for a fact.
He's coaching the Falcons.
I know for a fact that they're using 18-ounce gloves and headgear. If I'm not mistaken, I think so. So we're watching a sparring match. It's an effing joke. You think I'm going to pay for that?
So he says, I know for a fact. If I'm not mistaken, I think so. So it de-escalates, as he keeps talking.
Boxers usually fight with 8 to 10-ounce gloves, and then while sparring, use 14-ounce gloves to prepare for the bouts. While the gloves are heavier, they are filled with so much more padding and taking significant power out of the blow, so that the fighters are not injured during the training. If they go 18-ounce gloves and headgear, this will be, I think, just the continuation of Jake Paul being a fraudster, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. I think it's.
I mean, what do you think it does to Tyson if they do headgear and 18-ounce gloves and all that kind of stuff? I mean, what is that?
I don't know.
It's Tyson's this Tyson.
It comes to a point where Mike Tyson be like, I don't care how much. I'm making $12 million.
I was gonna say, who cares?
Making $12 million. I mean, and here's the deal, man. I think I'd put headgear and the big bopper gloves on if I was making 12 million. 12 million. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. When I come back I found an interesting story. Man, we are here in Florida. We are absolutely have just jumped the shark with regards to the Republicans that are in charge here have just absolutely jumped the shark when it comes to this law. Florida lawmakers vote to raise stripping age to 21.
This is the straw that broke the camel's back for you.
The 6-week abortion deal, the screwing with Disney, the removing of Andrew Warren. My God. DeSantis was on top of the world when he opened up Florida during COVID and let people live their life. And that's what, a lot of people moved to Florida, and Florida was we were at the forefront of being free. And now they're just.
Now we got these old ass strippers.
Now we're just locking it down. So if you're 18 years old, you're an adult. Amen. You are an adult, period. Only thing you can't do is drink, which I find that problematic as well. An adult is an adult. But I can live with the drinking deal. It's been around for so damn long. But not allowing a girl that's 18 years old to strip? Why? 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 You think those 3 years of are going to build her extra maturity, or she's not going to want to strip?
I think it's an effort to stop some human trafficking.
Yeah, that's the point of it. They're saying.
Oh,
it looks like it was voted 104-3. So only
human
3
trafficking
senators.
is hot.
No, human trafficking's not hot.
Oh, sorry.
But here's a lot of these agencies, and nobody's more pro law enforcement than me, but they are taking regular prostitution and folding that into human trafficking.
Right.
Any opportunity, listen.
It's a new buzzword.
Monica, age 39, who slept with Jim, age 45, and they met, however they met on, Craig, whatever.
Nebraska Avenue.
Tinder, Nebraska Avenue. And they are in a hotel room, and really Brenda was an undercover cop, and Jim's just a regular guy who lives in Palm Harbor trying to get $50 worth of oral. Now all of a sudden, once the agency, whoever's in charge, they do this big bust and this big sting, and now Rhonda got sex trafficked, when really Jim was just trying to buy some oral. But they want to make everything. Now, I know that there is sex trafficking that's happening, and we need to certainly be super, super mindful of that. But a lot of these busts are not sex trafficking. Mm. They're just straight hooker versus John deal.
Well, prostitution is also illegal, so.
Right, it's a prostitution deal more than it's a human trafficking deal.
Sure.
But you got to, I guess, throw a dragnet over it all so that you can get the little bit of human trafficking that's in there, you can completely eradicate it. So you got to bust everybody.
So do you think
poor little 18-year-olds that thought they had their dream set on the pole? They're like, man, when I graduate, I can go get on the pole, make me $300, $400, $500, $600 a night.
I want to see those fresh tatas.
Yeah, they'll all have 2 kids by the time they're 21, though.
Not necessarily. There's probably some good 18-year-olds out there that are managing their money and doing well.
Yeah, and they're in college. But
if you want to deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We'll be back after these words.
That's all.
Banana.
Well, yeah, but
some is internal.
As the House will say in Florida, they can't really do anything with stuff.
Some is internal. Like it doesn't mean it's necessarily foreign human trafficking.
Human trafficking from Georgia to Florida.
What time is
No, I mean just some fucking weirdo who grabs a kid runaway and is like, you're gonna come to work for me now.
Okay, I understand.
Sometimes there's nobody there at mine, so I just put it in the.
You can take
But who are we really punishing here? The consumer.
That's what I have 2 more pieces.
Nobody wants to see fucking. No, I'm just kidding, but.
And you gotta
I don't know. I feel like you're either an adult or you're not an adult.
bring that to me if you can, and then take that to him. Thank you.
Visa DJ Click said Singapore Airlines retires for flight attendants to another job when they turn 25.
Like fucking Leonardo DiCaprio.
Like Logan's Run, man. Your little light starts blinking.
Uh-huh,
Nope, time for you to go into management. No management. Hey, quicker ticker. Tampa Terry, there's 2 tips for CPR. 3 tips. Number 1, you put your hands together, 2-finger press above the bottom of the sternum. Number 2, you push harder than you think. And number 3, you follow the Bee Gees song, Staying Alive. It's that fast. It's 105 to 120 a minute.
Sounds exhausting.
Whether you're mother, whether you're brother, I'm staying alive, staying alive. It's that fast. Otherwise, it doesn't fucking work. The person just dies. If you crack a rib or 2, so be it. At least you have a chance of keeping them alive.
Costume business.
Crack ribs don't kill people. Their heart not moving, blood kills people. I cracked a rib doing a Heimlich on some old man once. I give 2 shits about it. Saved
Like
his life.
at a restaurant?
Yeah, burns.
Oh yeah, did that happen in the last few years?
That happened about 6 years ago.
Oh no, there was a
5 years
different
ago.
one. Was it Eddie B's? There was somewhere where you saved someone.
No, it was Burns. Maybe it was 5 years ago. Yeah. And the guy's family had 2 doctors in it, and they just stood there like frozen deer in headlights.
Wasn't there something where there was like a video they were trying to get? Didn't you do something? Maybe it wasn't the Heimlich, but at a restaurant. Am I making this up?
I think you're combining 2 stories.
Bubba saved the guy.
Bubba saved someone.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
He did a Heimlich, right? Did you do a Heimlich on someone, Bubba, last year, 2 years ago?
A Longhorn.
A Longhorn, yeah. That
Okay,
was
we were
Bubba.
looking for the video. Okay.
Right, that was Bubba.
Alright, my bad, sorry. Give you the credit.
Right, we also have women's sizes, which.
I had to do
Yeah.
that
So-
strike on the back of the chest, on the back of the back, to clear food out of my daughter.
Wow.
I was eating grapes. She said she wanted grapes. I was giving her half a grape so she could choke on it.
She was like,
Thank you.
And
She
I'm
was a
gonna
little
go
kid,
ahead
yeah, and then she
and
grabs a whole one
now.
and throws it in her mouth like to spite me, like playing around.
want? Is that what you want?
And as she did it, she took a breath and went, stuck.
Okay.
So I like lean her over and do this big thrust in the back. That shit flew right out.
oh, that's scary as fuck.
But yeah, she choked on it. And you don't want to hit him like that in the back. And she
Yeah.
cried afterwards.
But she
She
lived.
She was
But
alive.
she lived.
Yeah, you know, that first hit was maybe 10% harder than it should have been, but you just want to get that fucking grape
I
out.
get it. It's her birthday on Thursday. It's time. 16. Should have a quinceañera last year.
No, we don't do quinceañeras. I'm so happy because I really sweated for 14 years that there's a possibility of that.
It's just a Mexican thing. She's not Mexican, right?
Is it only Mexican?
I
thought it was all
think it's
Spanish.
only Mexican.
Oh, it's not just all
I think
Spanish.
it's a uniquely Mexican thing. I could be fucking wrong. I'm not the fucking expert on Mexico here, but let's see. I don't think it's just like a blanket Latin American thing. So let me see.
What's interesting to me is how non-monolithic Asian people, Asian and Hispanic people are.
Oh yeah. It's like saying all Europeans are the same. Like the fucking Germans have a very unique culture to fucking the French or whatever. Quinceañera. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a Latino thing. It's only for Mexican. Today the customer is the strongest in Mexico. It's likely country of introduction during the I don't even know what the word is. Viscera or Mexican imperial periods. Covers widely celebrated in Spanish-speaking countries in the Americas.
Sorry, I think so. All South America.
Or in the grandest parties are comparable to British and American debutante balls. Well, did Romina have one?
I think so. I don't know.
Oh shit.
Vanessa's Essences says it's on Netflix, the Jake Paul fight.
Yeah.
For free?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, unless if you have Netflix, yes, right? Oh, damn. This is bigger than like a fucking bar mitzvah. 100,000 views. 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 100,0
on YouTube, I would say, I'm not trying to blow smoke up anyone's ass, but CC.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
On our merchandise site, Bubba Army Merch, Bubba Army Store, Bubba Army Shop, there are the Air Bubba Fat Guy Dunkin' a Donut Trump-inspired high-top cleats. You can get those. That'll be available for about a week. And then Lummy, the Merch Crick just said that she posted up your... See, I'm going to be honest with you. I can't keep up with all this card business we got going on here.
These are repacks.
Yeah, these are repacks. Not cards. The cards is a little different. This is for more of the collectors that like autographs and memorabilia type of things.
All right. So now is it listed on the website?
Yes.
She said she was going to put it on. Is it on now?
It may not be. I know she said it was in the draft, like in the background. So she may post it when she goes back upstairs.
You know, she brought me my fruit, so you think maybe she's gonna do her repack now?
Yes.
So what are repacks? Like how does that differ from what me and Brian and Seth do?
So this product has already been purchased. We know what there will be. I'll send you the video that we filmed on Friday.
Oh, you guys got it? Yeah, of course. Why would you?
I'm getting it because I didn't know you were bringing it
up. It's on our YouTube.
Yep.
I don't know if you have the YouTube studio pulled up, but you could get to it.
I sent it to you, Bubba.
Okay, that works.
Already got it to me.
So
let me.
So you guys packaged? Is
this our latest shakedown?
Well, it's just
everything we do is a shakedown. Let's just be honest. If we're gonna be intellectually honest, we're just shaking people down. Yeah. Always. I mean, please. I just got a PayPal. Melissa Gill. She said, "I love Dr. Dan and Bubba's banter."
That's CC Gill.
The stuff in the video is probably like a fifth of the total lot of stuff that's going out.
Is this gonna cause Seth to have anxiety?
It shouldn't because it's not.
I'm just gonna tell Seth. Seth, you, me, and Brian. We have our little card niche going on here. And you and Lummy and Fast Talking Daniel Rose has their little card niche going on. Why can't we both? Why can't we have two card niches?
But you'll see what it is. It's not really like a card niche kind of thing.
Is this royalty-free music?
Yes, of course.
Oh, yes.
Who put this together?
Rhett.
Oh, okay, well then I know it's done right. Okay, thanks. I'm sorry. Rhett, sorry to question because I didn't know you were the one to put this together. Had I known, I wouldn't have said a word. So sorry. I thought maybe somebody used a template and put it together and now think they work here. Just saying.
Yeah.
Certified Bubba repacks. Okay. Now, can I ask just a very obvious question?
Yeah.
Where are we getting all this stuff from?
Dana Rose gets it.
Oh.
He gets it from his sports card shows. Fast Talking Dana Rose.
All right. So Fast Talking Daniel Rose. Fast Talking Daniel Rose gets all this stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, he'll go to auctions and card shows and
he's nice enough to now is this him trying to help us? I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I mean, like I'm not having to write a check for any of this stuff, am I? Okay.
No.
Now hold on, let me ask you a question. As much as I'm not having to write a check for this, am I getting a check for this?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay.
You're
Perfect.
a texture what it is.
Perfect, Ben. I mean, Dan, that's the absolute template of a successful business.
I love it.
That's the goal.
No writing checks, but you get checks.
Yeah, man.
Man, sign me up for that business.
Mailbox money.
I just text you on what this repack would get you.
Wow. Hold on. So you're telling me like this is one repack right here?
Yeah, so like the
Larry Bird with a Kenny Stabler?
Yeah, so Larry
with a Magic
Bird,
Johnson?
Yeah, Larry Bird would be one because it's an autograph. Larry Bird doesn't sign for anything less than $300 now. So for $100,
no, he'll do a Mayhem commercial for Allstate though.
Probably make $10 million.
Yeah.
But like the Kenny Stabler, but the Magic Johnson.
I got a couple Larry Bird. I got a couple Larry Bird basketball signatures.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, those are worth some money.
All right, so this is stuff that's going to be included in your repacks.
Correct. So you wouldn't
Now,
get
what,
just
like,
one card.
What?
You don't get just one card.
All right,
So like that Tyreek Hill autograph card, you may get the Bo Jackson with the Ric Flair card. You'll
So
get
it's kind of like
something that
split up. It's kind of like splitting up a bag of pot. Everyone gets a big bud, a medium bud, and a couple small buds, and a
Correct.
shake, right?
Yes, but I believe the way it's going to be determined who gets what, I believe it's going to be like a raffle,
Yes, it's all random.
Kind of like the last live Bubba Breaks you guys did where you had the spin wheel raffle.
Are you gonna? You're gonna have to videotape or go live with this raffle.
We would go live. It would
Okay.
be live next Friday after Anna's show.
Oh, okay. Well, we need to promote that.
Yeah.
We're doing
so,
it now.
All right.
Yeah.
So next Friday, which by the way is the Friday before Bubba 199. Did you know
Yes,
that?
yes.
Okay. So next Friday, after the very coveted Anna Hummel show, you and Daniel Rose, I'm assuming, will be here in the studios.
Correct.
And doing this, what's this called? This Bubba repack.
Bubba repacks, yes.
So Bubba,
Yeah, repack raffle.
certified Bubba repack, no skunk packs guaranteed.
Correct.
Authentic rookie Hall of Fame autos, memorabilia, and more. And then it goes and shows you some of the stuff that you guys have in your collection of repacks, and no skunk packs guaranteed.
Does that mean everything's good?
Does that
Yes.
mean you're not going to get gypped off?
That is correct.
Okay.
And is it random, or like you show a pack, what's in it, and then you bid on it, or you say
No,
this is
it's
pack
random.
number
It's
2?
random. You buy a spot for $100, and then you go into. You can buy multiple packs if you want. Like there's an A-Rod bat and ball, valued about $300. So if you get in, you could be one of those boxes.
Merch Crick.
Interesting.
It seems like you would learn from this morning. You need, when we have a brand new item, you need to put it at the top, not the very bottom. Bubba's repacks, limited edition. Get them while they last. Now, how many of these do we have? Do we have a set number on them?
We are gonna open it up for 50 people on the first one.
50 people.
So that means everybody gets something really good in their packs.
Okay. So this all starts and stops with you going to Bubba Army Store, Bubba Army Shop, BubbaArmyMerch.com, and now we're shaking you down for repacks.
Yes.
As well.
Yes.
God, we got you coming and going, don't you?
Yeah.
Florida lawmakers vote to raise it. So I think this is actually locked in. Like, this is a law now.
It's happening, yeah.
Employing, now if you're, you own a strip joint and you employ an 18 to 20-year-old at an adult venue, it can mean 15 years in prison. Hold on. This is what sucks. Here's where I have a major problem with this. Even if the young person used a fake ID, so what do I now have to hire a private investigator to check everyone? You would think, hey, can I see your driver's license? Girl gives me your driver's license. Okay. Can I see your social security card? I mean, you ask for probably.
How much can you ask for from an 18-year-old or a 21-year-old? I mean, what do they got?
I mean,
most don't have passports.
I mean, I would say that maybe
Birth certificate.
maybe a driver. I don't know. But all of that, Anna, can be doctored.
Sure. Listen, I didn't say it was fair. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying though. Like, let's say a guy, me and Dan, we got, we bought Oz. You're a partner on the deal. We own Oz now, and we get these girls, and she says she's 21.
Mm-hmm.
She shows her ID. She shows a social security card. She, what do we like? Now we have to get into, age authorization.
Yeah,
maybe you even Dan. Maybe you even have to videotape yourself interviewing these girls now.
I don't think it matters if she's under 18 or under 21.
So
you're at fault.
Let's say she's in your office,
Even if she
and
lied.
you got the door open. You got just like you, Dan. You got a female person in there.
A chaperone.
Yeah, Dan always, when Dan is doing a breast, examination or just anything with a woman, he always has a woman nurse in there with him. And you're like, okay, Trixie, you're 21. Yes, I'm 21. Do you have an ID? Yes, here's my ID. May I look at it? Yes. May I take a picture of it? Yes, go ahead, take a picture of it. Okay. And do you have any other form of identification? I have a social security card. Meanwhile, she bought it from Guido down the street. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it seems social security card. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So you're 21, and you're showing me the proper identification. And when can you start tonight? You want to start tonight at 7? Start making some money. Yeah, I'll be there at 7. Meanwhile, she's an undercover cop who's just trying to trip you up.
Mm-hmm.
And at 7 o'clock, Trixie shows up with about 14 other of her SWAT members.
Jeez.
Right?
Yeah, that's tough. But that strict liability is common even with bartenders. I mean, if you serve someone with a fake ID, it's your fault.
Or sex. You have sex with someone, they said that they were a certain age, or even showed you an ID, and they're 16, and they said they were 18. Well, guess who's going to jail? You.
I actually knew a guy. He was a very good friend of mine when I first got here to the Power Pig in '92. Okay, and I'll just call him James.
Not Jake LaMotta.
No, not Jake LaMotta. His name's James. And he was a super cool dude, and he worked at a car dealership as not a car salesman, but the guy above that,
or the manager.
Yeah, so and he was literally making, he was making $150.
Yeah, it's a good job.
I mean, it's
Those guys make money.
Those guys make money because they get money on the sale, they get money on the financing, they get money on the factory rebate, they get money on the Scotch garden in the interior.
Oh, I was a little upchicks. Yeah.
They got the ceramic coating. They get you.
Do you have a clear bra guy?
A what?
A clear bra guy?
No, I don't.
Okay.
So, he was a friend of mine, and it was spring break. It was literally this time, 1993, March, first couple weeks of spring break. And he's down at, remember Jammin's?
Yes.
It was Jammin's on the beach. And he was down there at Jammin's on the beach and met these girls from supposedly the University of Michigan. They all had their little Michigan sweatshirts on and everything. Really, they were high school girls that were from a Michigan high school with all fake IDs. And they ranged from 15 to 20. And so my guy is at Jammin's with 2 or 3 of his buddies. And they're talking to these Michigan girls. Now, these Michigan girls have X's on their hands, which means that they're 18. They can't.
Right.
Remember, they would let them get in, but you can't drink.
Right.
So they had big X's on their hands. And, but they had their own hotel rooms. They had their own rental car, the whole 9 yards. So the guy ends up hooking up with this girl. He meets her at Jammin's. She says she's a freshman at Michigan. And, he blasts the hell out of her. I mean, they have sex, and the entire 4 or 5 days that she was down here, they hooked up almost every day. She really liked him, and he really liked her. Now, she might have just been some out of town piece of ass. I don't know if he wanted to, I don't know if he was going to have a relationship with her when she went back to Michigan, but it wasn't just like a one-time, under duress kind of. She was too drunk. He slipped a roofie in her drink. Mm-hmm. Dan,
it was consensual.
Yeah,
on the face.
He actually took 2 days off of work, which his boss did not like at all because he was the dealership he worked for was a very high volume dealership. He took 2 personal days just to meet him and her girlfriends and her at the beach for 2 different days, and they hung out, went to lunch. So it just wasn't met her at the bar, blasted her that night, never heard from her. They went out and did a few things, ate dinner, so forth and so on. So about 6-7 months later, he calls me, and I get a call. You have a call from the Pinellas County Jail. Will you accept charges for James B? So I pick up. I do. I answer. I said, James, you're in jail? Yeah, I'm in jail. The girl that I met at Jammin's and had sex with went back home, and her girlfriends. I guess maybe some of them got laid and some of them didn't, but the ones that didn't get laid were kind of throwing shade over the couple of the chubby ones who didn't get any Clearwater D were throwing shade, and so this girl's mom and dad found out about it, questioned her. She said, you cannot lie to us. Hold on. So she told the truth. They called Clearwater PD. And Clearwater PD picked him up, and he did I think 24 or 28 months in jail. and now has to be
a sexual offender.
He was 26. 25, 26, 27. He was below 30, and she was really 17. She wasn't 18. She was 17, but had an ID. And they even brought in surveillance, Dan, of the bouncers checking their ID at the front desk and putting X's on their hands. They even had a person from the club had determined that they had a valid ID to be in the nightclub. And I mean, aren't you as a dude? I mean, not in our age now, but back in the day, if you saw a girl in a nightclub, wouldn't you automatically assume that she's at least 18?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that could very well have happened to any of us. Mm-hmm. And he did almost 2.5 years of prison, and now has to be registered as a felony sex kid whatever. A molester or
predator,
whatever the hell he is, and like if it's just not fair, and especially if she admitted to the Clearwater cops, yes, I told him I was 18, yes, I had a fake ID, yes, we went on and saw each other 2 or 3 more times in a non-sexual manner, I liked him. He didn't take advantage of me at all. It was consensual. Even consensual sex in that manner is illegal.
Because it's statutory.
Put that guy in prison for 2.5 years. Ruined his life. Ruined his absolute life. Florida celebrated International Women's Day last week by treating the state's young women like children. On Friday, state lawmakers approved a bill banning 18 to 20-year-olds from being strippers or working in any other capacity at an adult entertainment venue. Like a similar bill passed in Texas, the Florida bill claims to be a blow against human trafficking. With so many attempts to protect people from sex work, this one has a major potential to backfire and make abuse and exploitation even worse. It is also a part of a growing movement across the U.S. to push up the boundaries of childhood, making all sorts of things once legal at 18 to 20-year-olds now off limits. Under the new law, Florida adults under age 21 will be barred from working at strip clubs, burlesque establishments, adult bookstores, or any other businesses that fit under the Florida definition of adult entertainment. Currently, people can do so legally upon turning 18.
They can't work in a shop that sells like vibrators.
No,
guess not.
No. On March 5th, the Florida Senate voted unanimously. And here's the deal. Because it's very much Republican majority, our House, our Senate. And isn't there some common sense thinking Republicans that can say, hey, we got to close a few loopholes in here. And instead of all these tongue wagging, just follow the political, train and not really raise any questions. Because if you raise any questions, they instantaneously label you as an enabler here, right?
Right.
Even if you're like, whoa, hold on. I'm a Republican. I represent the great people of Hillsborough County. I just want to let you know, I have a couple problems with this bill because the fake ID thing, to me, really, really seems like that could be an issue. And it might be putting innocent people in if a person misrepresents themselves and they have identification stating as such, then what? Every spring break guy has to turn into a private investigator? Right?
Right, and
it's like, but you got to sit there and toe the GOP line, as there was only 3 people. Only 3 senators voted no. So you just almost had to sit there and take it and vote yes, even though it's not necessarily, as clean as you would like this bill to be.
Well, to most people and to the public and to the media, there's absolutely no harm by not letting an 18 to 20-year-old strip. To them, they're just doing good work and not hurting anyone. That's how they look at it. And so it's hard when you have a bill like this that looks like it's helping kids and there's a massive wave of support behind it to not just go along with it. So there, I'm sure there's a lot of people that said yes. They were like, "This is kind of BS." But how can I get? How can I not?
I can't be the
this?
guy. I can't
be one of those three
because my opponents are going to say, "And you know what? Senator Diaco did? He voted against that human trafficking bill
because he wants your daughter in a strip joint."
That's right. He does boobs on the side, and he wants, and he needs more 18-year-olds stripping. He does.
Yep.
The measure is now with the Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. If he signs it, the law will take effect July 1st. Young adult strippers and adult venue staff would not themselves be subject to. So hold on, the girl that's giving you the fake ID, the girl that's creating the problem, is not the one that's going to get in trouble.
He's a victim.
No.
Rather, young adults and adult venue staff would not themselves be the subject of penalty. Rather, the bill would make it a crime to knowingly employ, contract, or otherwise permit someone under the age of 21 to work in these businesses. Doing so would be a second-degree felony, punishable up to 15 years in prison and/or a fine of $10,000 if the young person shows any part of their butt, their breast, their pubic area, or genitals with less than a fully opaque covering, or shows covered male genitalia in a discernibly turgid state. That's what it says. Shows covered. So if a guy's got a
Speedo.
If a guy's got a Speedo and he's doing like a male strip show and he's a little bit excited, he's a little bit, as the bill would say, turgid.
Which is sometimes autonomic and involuntary.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
It would be a misdemeanor.
What's a turgid state?
Semi-erect.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I did not know.
Fluffed up, chubbed up.
It would be a misdemeanor of the first degree, punishable by imprisonment for up to a year. So if a guy is just chubbed up, he's doing the male review, and he's chubbed up,
jail.
He's going to get a year in prison.
No. It's a year if they're fully clothed. It says. If you read the rest of that sentence,
it's
hold
disastrous.
on, fully clothed and turgid. They're saying that you can be fully clothed, but if you're turgid.
And you can see it.
No, I don't think that you can see it. I think if you're just...
How else do they know? There's no, you won't have a red light on top of her head that goes off every time you have
they're going to have people in there. They're going to have
owner.
undercover guys in there saying, "Hey, Jim, that guy over there looks turgid. You better put cuffs on him."
They got to take a picture of it. I mean, how are they going to prove that? It's such a stupid law.
There's so many problems with this law. From girls being able to show you fake IDs and not get in trouble to a guy that's rolling around half turgid going to jail.
So,
hey, listen, man, it's a badge of honor for us guys who roll around half turgid.
Yeah, at least it works still. So listen, Bubba, here's the problem. If the girls have no penalty whatsoever, but the person that is the gatekeeper at the strip club goes to jail, then what's to prevent girls from trying every day to scam those guys with fake
Not only
credentials?
that, but law enforcement, because law. Listen, I'm not trying to say I'm the most law enforcement guy there is out there, but you know that this is a sexy arrest for a sheriff.
Oh, yeah.
Like politically.
Oh, yeah.
Politically, this is sexy for Chad Chronister to come out and say, "I'm gonna tell you right now, man.
I shut this place down.
I shut these 3 places down because they were using and the public fund. That's a very sexy arrest.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so these law enforcement agencies are going to be sending in these girls to try to potentially swerve these owners or people that do the hiring for purposes. Okay. And it doesn't matter if the establishment is this is what just blows my mind. This is part of the law. It says this. It doesn't matter if an establishment is tricked by a fake ID. Now, tell me right now, I just off the top of my head, I'm not a lawyer, you are, and you're not a criminal one, but I'm just saying, what law allows for trickiness? What law allows for trickiness?
It makes no sense.
I don't know that there's any criminal laws that are saying if the bad guy tricked you, it's still the other guy's fault.
Because they're
Right?
considered like, quote, a minor in this case, I guess.
I understand that, but like, I don't know that how many trick provisions are in
I know. It's
state
crazy.
laws. I mean, my God, it says
so not
it
fair.
doesn't matter if an establishment is tricked by a fake a fake ID. It actually reads, for purposes of this section, a person's ignorance or a person's age, or a person's misrepresentation of his or her age may not be listed as a defense in the prosecution for a violation of this section. The bill states, and it also says, the employment must be done knowingly, so it's unclear exactly how these two standards can coexist.
They can't. And the law is, if the law is passed in that way, then it's going to be struck down in the courts because you can't have a law that's inconsistent within itself. So saying that there's strict liability if you accidentally let someone in that has fake ID, but how are you doing it knowingly?
It kind of explains that it's unclear, like in the parentheses.
Unless you take knowingly to simply mean you knew the person worked there, but not necessarily you knew they were under 21. So again, this is cutting hairs, isn't it?
It's
I think
very
that law's gonna flounder.
A person who uses a fake ID to get a job wouldn't be punished at all. Mind you, only the folks who fail to catch this deception are in trouble. It's a topsy-turvy view of criminal liability in which someone who intends to break the law is innocent and somebody who's trying to follow the law is guilty. So hold on, listen to this.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If I own Bubba's strip joint, Clem's Entertainment.
Nice.
And then and Anna, you walk in and you're 17. Woo! And you got an ID that says that you're 22, and you got Social Security card, all of which you got you can find people to get that kind of.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and I'm videotaping you with a female assistant as we're asking your questions. So Anna, you're 22.
Yeah.
Okay, and you have shown us two forms of ID that you're 22. And do you promise that you're 22?
Yeah, I pinky swear.
Do that or not, but please know that if you're not 21 and you're under 21, that it is illegal for you to work here. So please assure us that you're over that age.
Yeah, sure. Now when can I start taking my clothes off for dollar bills?
All right. So I mean, like, even if you like Dan grilled her and grilled her.
I like how your grilling was like, you promise? Don't lie to me, bitch.
Basically, the only way an adult business to avoid liability under this law is to run background checks on all workers and contractors, or avoid anyone who seems even remotely young. Boy, the MILFs. Lummy and the 35-year-olds they were probably the lobby behind this.
They were.
The 35-year-olds are like, man,
I'm
I'm tired of these 19-year-old tight, hot bitches coming in here and taking all the money. Us 40-year-olds with a few stretch marks here and there.
They're working the day shift. They want to work that night shift.
We can't even get any work anymore because these 19-year-old bitches are rolling up in here taking all the money.
It's funny because a lot of people are going to lose their job.
Yeah,
there's a lot of 19-year-olds that are not going to be working come July.
Right to OnlyFans.
Yeah, I was going to say, can't they just do OnlyFans then?
Yeah, but
sure.
But a lot of girls, you can be a stripper and not have to do and show as much to make a living as what you listen. If you're on OnlyFans, you got to basically kick it out wide and accommodate various things.
Unless you're like an 11.
Yeah, unless you're just an absolute 11 smoke show. And you can maybe get away with a couple bikini shots and some ass shot willies. You have to be, if you're just a normal kind of cute chick, I mean, you're dildoing, you're hooking up with chicks. You're all about creating content. And or you can go work that pole at night, give a couple VIP dances, and make $300 or $400, and you don't have to, show people your inside.
Yeah. That, but I think a lot of the girls like the atmosphere. I know when I was young, I really liked the club atmosphere.
Yeah.
So I think they do
smoking
too.
Cigarettes and getting free drinks.
Yeah, hell yeah! You make connections. You talk to guys in real time who have money.
Marlboro Lights, Lummy, and whatever.
And mixed drinks.
Worse still, liability doesn't stop at the person who does the hiring or runs the business. It extends to an owner.
Oh, come on.
A manager, an employee, or a contractor who lets the young adult work. So
anyone in there is going to. Everybody's going to jail.
Yep.
They catch one person that's 20 years old that may have been a. Was it a new welcomer? What are we calling them now?
Newcomers.
A newcomer that comes across the border that has no ID. and is assigned an ID because they have no idea who this person is. They're like, oh, I am, Roberta Rivera, and I'm 21. She may be 19 or 17 or 18. So now the government gives her an ID because this is a complete stranger to the country. But we're letting him in because we're welcoming him, everybody. Let's come on in. Come on in. So here's your new ID from the government of the United States. Then you go work at a strip joint. You're 20 years old, not 21. And it turns out that your government-issued ID is not accurate because you lied when you floated across the Rio Grande. So it's absolutely unconscionable for you to hold the entire organization liable for someone that comes in with a fake ID.
Florida lawmakers say the measure is meant to stop sex trafficking. Sex trafficking is legally defined as prostitution involving force, fraud, coercion, or minors. Young adults working at strip clubs are likely to be trafficked and sold into prostitution and sex slavery. I got to tell you right now, the reputable gentlemen's clubs around here, Lummy, whether it's the Dollhouse, Penthouse Club, Oz, 2001, Mons Venus, they're not doing any of this.
No,
they're not trying to traffic any chicks. They're not trying to they're not trying to hire Consuela, who doesn't have any type of documentation. This is just absolutely a way for these sheriffs and these law enforcements to start busting strip clubs.
Mm-hmm. That BS 6-foot rule was the first stupid crowbar to get into these strip clubs to start busting people.
Even if sex trafficking is an issue at sex clubs, it's unclear what mechanisms barring young adults from stripping would stop it. Right. The whole thing with blah blah blah. So it passed. So DeSantis has to decide whether or not to sign it. No, I'm sure he's gonna.
How would he not sign that one?
Oh, he's gonna. Hold on. He's gonna sign it when it gets. When it goes through his Congress or House, and only 3 people of 200 or 300,
104 to 3.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a tough one to fight.
What is it? Infantizing young adults? They just won't stop on this deal.
No, this article is clearly not painting this law in a good light. It's saying infantizing young adults by saying, hey, you're actually a child even though you're 18 to 20.
Right. Saying that the age of majority is now 21 instead of 18.
Yeah, which is fine, but then you got to change everything. You're either an adult or you're not adult. So I say 18, you're an adult. Let it eat.
If you can kill people and get killed in the
army.
You
should be able to drink. You should be able to strip.
It's also a way. This is a way to keep defining adulthood up so that people previously granted most of the rights and responsibilities of adulthood are increasingly defined as legally and morally equivalent to children. These days, 18 to 20-year-olds are often barred not only from drinking legally but also smoking, stripping, and vaping. These bans should be successful considering how well the minimum drinking age has stopped young people from consuming alcohol.
Is that being sarcastic?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And vaping. You see kids vaping all day long.
Oh, yeah.
Adults.
Vaping's kind of... Hold on. Everybody. God, it's an epidemic, this vaping deal.
No. Do you mind vaping? Obviously, you don't mind cigarette smoke. I
don't mind vaping because usually they got some kind of... strawberry or cherry mask to it. It doesn't sound like it doesn't. And are the kids vaping weed or nicotine?
50-50.
Yeah. I'd rather kids vape weed than nicotine.
Yeah. Calm down.
I don't know how responsible of a statement that is in itself.
Yeah.
But Bubba
I don't know why
Sponge,
you care.
Bubba the Love Sponge says kids can vaping weed. I'm all right with that. Over 6. Didn't it used to be you had to be 16 to buy cigarettes?
18.
18. I was 21.
And then they made it 21 a couple years ago.
Mm. Yeah. And so how about vaping? Same thing?
Same thing.
But they can get their hands on all of it easy, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the Florida legislature is also counting on, a lot of Floridians between 18 and 20 not really voting.
Well, a lot of those kids, just to buy their vapes, they bank on a lot of places not asking for ID.
Like the Haji Marts.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is it illegal to smoke it or just to buy it?
I think it's
If you're
illegal
under
to
18?
Just to buy it.
Yeah, so I mean, like, once you got it, you can smoke it, I guess.
I think it's even illegal to possess it. Is it not?
I mean, they're not arresting kids for walking around with vapes.
Right, that's true. We can't be doing that. And we certainly can't be letting, we got to let the 19-year-old strip. Poor little thing.
I agree.
There's not a lot of.
Do you want to pick it?
There's not a lot of things
come
for
July
hot,
1st.
There's not a lot of things for hot 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to do.
A lot of fatherless
they're not
girls
smart.
out there out of work.
Like Dan said, the smart, affluent ones are in college,
right?
And the other ones need a
the
way.
Hot ones need to go real.
They need a way to make
ruin
a living.
their lives as early as possible.
So, Bubba, if you think about this, if you take that away, if you take that option away for the 18 to 20-year-old girl that may be a little desperate and doesn't have a job because she can only work at McDonald's for $15 an hour and she's got bigger bills than that. So now you have this girl that's under financial pressure. She doesn't have an education. Her parents aren't supporting her. She's got probably no dad and a mom that's disinterested. And so she's out, and maybe a kid. And so she's out.
Oh, definitely
and
a kid.
And so
Definitely a kid.
And she's got to make money.
Get her on OnlyFans.
And so,
or on the
it's,
streets.
but OnlyFans is not always guaranteed money.
No, you're right.
It requires a lot of extra work.
Right.
What these girls are going to end up doing
And
is
it
prostitution.
requires
Building up a
usually.
fan base.
Well, it also requires usually you doing far more egregious stuff to be able to get that customer.
Exactly.
Right.
So it's gonna
Whereas
drive.
going to the strip joint means you just dance on a pole and you can in your bikini maybe. And most of them when they take their tops off, they have pasties on their nipples.
Yeah.
And going asking a few fellas if they want to dance and then going home at night. I mean, that's
not prostitution.
It's not.
And so, but prostitution is dangerous. It is illegal. It's evil, especially for young women. And it's going to be, very, very, very difficult for these girls between 18 and 21 that don't have the other skill sets to find work. And I think that those girls that would have been a stripper between 18 and 20 are going to now be a prostitute.
What are the rules with lap dances?
None.
Yeah.
Can you
Brett, are we on
do you
Twitch?
have to ask them?
Did
No,
we?
we're
No,
not.
we're not on
touch 'em?
Twitch. We had some authentication issues this morning, so we got to fix it after the show.
All right, cool.
So
Does that
can
mean
you,
we can talk more or less? Is that why you asked?
huh?
No, it's just he probably got a text from someone saying, "Hey, you're not on Twitch."
No, I monitor all of our. I go from one screen to another in our Twitch.
Yeah, we were having some issues this morning.
Yeah.
It'll
So
be fixed
there's,
tomorrow.
There's a little banner up top of our YouTube that says no Twitch today.
Oh, okay. So, Anna, what was your question?
Can you what are the rules when you go to a strip club and you get a lap dance? Because when I was there at the Dollhouse, I was just frozen and scared and I didn't move or anything. But
And you're on drugs.
I was on drugs.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
I was on alcohols.
Oh, okay.
Unless weed is a drug. Anyways, what are the rules? Do you have to ask them what are you okay with? Can you just start touching them? I'm sure if they get grossed out, they can call the manager or the bouncer. They throw you out. But what are the rules with like touching strippers with a lap dance?
They don't publish a rule book.
So
Usually,
what are the guidelines?
It's usually what the girl is comfortable with. Now, the club has, you're not supposed to touch them. You're supposed to sit there with your hands beside your legs, and they dance and grind on you to however they feel comfortable.
And if they take your hands and put them on them, that's fine. But
yeah, to an extent. But you got to
get yoked up by a bouncer.
Yeah, it's just like,
So
what are the rules?
There's a lot of rules, but there's not a lot of rules.
And then there's the champagne room rules, which are different.
Right. Which, listen, I mean, don't be the sucker that goes to the champagne room. Because you know what? You're not getting anything in the champagne room more so, for the most part. Or they're gonna just uptick you like you wouldn't believe. It's better just to try to get their number and try to go off grid. If you're really trying to get ass off strippers, that's how you do it.
You just get their number?
Yeah, you
same as Uber.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just befriend them and have them sit beside you for a few dances and buy them some drinks, and not necessarily even get a dance. Like say, nah, just sit here for 2 dances and let's talk. Let's just get to know each other, see what you do, see what I do, blah blah blah. And then if there's some type of attraction, you say, hey, you want to exchange numbers and maybe meet for lunch one day? I mean, if it's going to go any further, that's how you do it. Taking them back to the VIP room, and I just don't think, and I know there's just not a lot of shadiness that goes in the VIP rooms anymore. Now, in the places back in the day, Pink Pony.
Just do whatever you want in there.
Now, I could sit here and do a show on the places back in the day where you could full blown get anything you wanted.
Their assets and
I mean full blown
anything.
Anything. And you paid the bouncer off at the door, and he sat by the door to assure that nobody comes barging in there. Then you checked for cameras. And at Deja Vu, Lummy, there was a camera, but the manager told me where it was, so I would put like my baseball cap over it.
Nice.
And then you do stuff. You just do stuff.
Yeah.
Different stuff costed different amounts of money. But that was it is a great time to break.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com and sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Also, Duro, you're right. No Twitch, Felicity. Rudy. Stick. Hey, Highway 73. Good morning. Ew. See, that's gross. Is it PRP? BJ Click, thank you for asking that question. I think it is starting to work. It hurt so much fucking last week, but now it's starting to feel better. Red Wave, 46. Thanks, Jay Bulla. Shoulders feeling 1,000 times better. What's up, White ST? My neck is still fucked up. I don't know why I did to my neck. I think I was just trying to compensate for my shoulder or something like that. But I keep waking up with my neck on fire. Like the lifting my body off the bed hurts my neck.
Are your shoulders okay now?
It's not okay, but it's not talking to me. Right now, my neck's talking to me. My shoulder's still fucked up, but I mean, I couldn't do that last week. I couldn't do this last week.
Really?
It was
like weight bearing stuff.
Oh, I can't do shit. I couldn't pull a feather.
Huh.
Right down. I mean, I can pull that, but that's not.
Yeah.
It's 4 ounces.
I know.
I mean, I used to take, like 65-pound weights and do this with the girl.
I mean, it has nothing to do with strength. It's just.
Today I'm seeing a physical therapist for the first time. First physical therapy visit. He did an evaluation last week. So I do that twice a week for like 3 months. She's ended up having atrophy, like subscapularis is atrophy. It's like a muscle this big in the back. It's fucking. It's like, oh, my big toes atrophy.
I know.
Can you spank it?
Yeah, but the amount of them, they won't eat that many of them.
And just not from the side. Not head up sideways, just her.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, they would
Thank
take
you.
one down for
Appreciate
about
it.
a week to 2 weeks. And
I'm not no
30 of them.
chiropractor for this.
I thought about it too. I appreciate it.
DMS.
I'm gonna get a massage this week too. Do physical therapy.
Massage.
Berto Perez, what's up? Maria Guatemala. Hard and long, that'll go away probably. If you have a chin up, you have low paralysis, it usually goes away within a month or two. I know, Trey, I should listen to you. Disgruntled former YF opinionator, Dr. Miley Utters. It's a very cumbersome name. Doesn't just roll off your tongue. What's a YF opinionator? I'd rather think about a neck rub.
Sorry, Matt, Steve.
Does anybody know what that means? YF opinionator?
I have no idea.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. All at the Bubba Army, or you can go to BubbaArmyHQ.com, be a lieutenant. That's like, I don't know, $11.99 or something like that a month, and that allows you to get anything that we've pretty much ever done and have a copy of. From the 98 Rock stuff, there's some old Power Big stuff in there, all of the Sirius XM stuff, all of the Cox morning stuff, the Beasley morning stuff, all of the current stuff, the after shows. I mean, let me when you know, the old Diaco's show.
Yes, that's there.
That's on there. You know, the Shannon Burke stuff, Drew Garabo stuff, just anything we've ever done for the most part, available at Bubba Army HQ. You know, I don't have a problem with Florida classrooms can now discuss sexual orientation and gender identity in this settlement. Was it a settlement with the state of Florida and some organization? Or, you know, like, I know that they were trying to...
Between Florida education officials and civil rights attorneys who challenged a state law.
And it got wrongfully titled "Don't Say Gay." That was the law. The law was never. It never had that verbiage in it. It was never called that.
Correct.
But it was so sexily monikered that by opponents to get people kind of thrown off of what the bill was, trying to do.
Correct.
And I guess they've come up with a settlement now where there a certain amount of this can be taught in the classroom. And here's I haven't gone through the law, but here's the thing. Okay, here we go. Under the terms of the settlement, the Florida Board of Education will send instructions to every school district saying the Florida law doesn't prohibit discussing LGBTQ plus people, nor prevent anti-bullying rules on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity, or disallow gay and straight alliance groups. The settlement also spells out that the law is neutral, meaning that it applies to LGBTQ plus people, also applies to heterosexual people, and that it doesn't apply to library books not being used in the courtroom. I mean, in the classroom. With this settlement, it does reestablish the fundamental principle that I hope all Americans agree with, which is every kid in this country is entitled to an education at a public school where they feel safe, their dignity is respected, and where their families and parents are welcomed. I like that. This shouldn't be a controversial thing. Here's the thing. I think there comes an age where you can talk about that. I think there comes an age, maybe 7th, 8th, 9th grade, where there's curriculum established so that the teachers don't kind of go rogue and teach it the way they see it, but instead it's taught the way the curriculum is written.
The approved curriculum is written.
Yeah, the way the approved curriculum is written. But that is, what is, what are you, or what do you identify as, or what are your options, or, I think you should. That's what good teachers do, is they establish topics to invoke conversation, and you talk it through. And I think, I don't know at what age that starts, but I think that it's certainly in our society. It certainly exists. And so we should be able to teach it. I don't think you teach it in 3rd grade. I don't think you teach it even in 4th grade. I think maybe you wait till 7th grade where you start talking.
No, it's too late.
Okay.
The kids are so sophisticated by 7th grade.
So okay,
it's got to be 5th or 6th grade.
So 5th or 6th grade.
Just because I'm experiencing it now, like I'm just thinking, like, when would this be helpful for Danny, and when would this be a problem to even discuss for Danny?
What grade is Danny in right now?
He's in 6th grade, but he's an old 6th grader because he has a September birthday.
Well, to me, and the time that I've spent with your son, I think your son's mature enough. I didn't know he was a 6th grader. But I'm glad that I know that that's his actual grade now, because I would think that he would be mature enough to be able to understand this.
I think so, but they still giggle and they still, poke each other and stuff like that. And so it's hard to, Bubba, we're in our 50s. And when we talk about this, we still giggle and poke each other. It's hard not to have a little bit of levity when discussing these issues, because it just, for some reason, becomes amusing to some people because of the absurdity of it.
So, but hold on. But what are they saying they're going to allow to be taught?
Just discussion about it, not necessarily instruction about it.
And discussion about what? The LGBT?
Like if some kid is like, oh, what does it mean to be gay? Like, you don't have to shut it down, I guess, essentially. You can talk about
it becomes
stuff.
more organic.
I like that.
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem with that, especially, but they need to have some specifics on specific answers that are asked by kids and the answers that are given, because the way Dan teaches 6th grade and what's gay to him might not be what's gay to the 44-year-old female that's teaching this classroom beside him,
or to Lummy,
or to yeah. So I'm just saying. So like I think you need to have maybe some guidelines where they say, okay, if a kid asks what is gay, this is kind of how you answer it. Right. But then it takes then it kind of takes the personality of our teachers away, and that's what we gravitate to. I had some teachers that had some unbelievable personalities, and they really resonated with me, and they taught, and I could learn from them, and it was fun. And then I had some teachers that sucked. You know what I'm saying? And the difference was their vibe, their swag, just how they got on our level and were able to identify with how to teach us. I think that if you make this a curriculum-based deal where the state says you have to say this, you got to say that, I think that we're kind of hurting the
I don't think it's appropriate, actually.
You don't?
No. Here's the thing. When I was in 5th grade, I had like a sex ed class. I don't know if they still do it this way. I know in California it might be different, because all the kids are starting, at least the girls are starting to go through puberty. They separate the boys and the girls. I don't know how you'd be able to do that now, but imagine you could.
Dude, just like that. At our school with Sophia and Danny. In 5th grade, they separate them. They start the sex ed.
Right. So I say in those contexts where you're talking about puberty, you're talking about sex. If you want to throw in the gender identity for kids to go, hey, what does it mean to be gay, or I feel like I might be pansexual, or I might be trans, throw it in there. Not when you're supposed to be talking about math, science, reading. I think that it is inappropriate in those contexts at all. I don't remember in third grade raising my hand and being like, what does it mean to be gay? No one was talking about that. No one was saying that.
But I think they may be now.
Talk about reading, writing,
literature.
See
what I'm saying?
I don't know. I don't think it's appropriate.
And I've been told, and again, Dan, you're going through this now, but I've been told by some people that have some kids that are just started high school that now gay is cool. Not that I'm saying it isn't cool, but like gay is super cool, and it's cool for girls to say they're gay even if they're not gay.
Right.
Like it's like they're just, it's now cool to be gay but not be gay.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think that's kind of disrespectful to the gays that really are gay and they're trying to be gay and they're trying to live in today's world as gay.
And they got these fake gays.
And you got these fake gays who aren't even gay, but they're just being gay because it's cool to be gay.
Fake gay, you fraud.
Yeah, you fake gay. Let's get out of here, you fake gay. Leave us regular gays alone.
So now, let's bring this back to reality. So now you have a fifth grader, and you're talking about what's gay. That's when a boy likes another boy. Well, all his friends are boys. So there's some confusion there. Trying to separate friendship from sexuality in a male-to-male interaction. So like Danny's got very few girlfriends, and he's got 15 guy friends that are really, really, really good friends. But he's not gay at all. He likes girls. He absolutely likes girls. They talk about girls, but he's got such tight bonds with kids his age of the same sex that someone that has an ulterior motive talking about sexuality will like, well, listen, maybe you should think about it, Danny, because listen, you are attracted to all of your male friends. You're spending time with them. That's the problem when they start inserting your reasoning for actions.
I don't think that's a teacher's position.
That's what they were trying to prevent.
Well, I don't think it's a teacher's position.
I think they should just ban all that sort of stuff from just a regular classroom.
I don't think it's a teacher's position to be telling little Danny what he is and is not.
But that's what they're doing. I agree with that, Bubba, 100%, and so does DeSantis, and that's what he was trying to do with this bill. Now, I think DeSantis has gone off the deep end, but I understand some of the motivation behind it, and the motivation behind it is he doesn't want young teachers encouraging kids that aren't really gay or aren't really transsexual to be gay or transsexual because it's trendy or because it's cool or because they're mischaracterizing their behavior to achieve their own goals, that being the teacher's own goals. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I completely do. A teacher, might have their own set of beliefs and, want to push a kid one way or the other, whereas, the kid should be able to find their own way in the groups and circles that they travel in. And, listen, I'm a big proponent is that you're born gay. Like you can't change, you just can't turn. I don't think you can just and this may
I agree.
This may offend some people out there, but I think that gay people are born gay.
And serial killers are born serial killers.
And probably
do they have a propensity increased with learning?
I think that you're born gay and you can either suppress it and suppress it and because society has deemed it not, it's just, you might be afraid as to how you're perceived.
No, but I agree. I think the genetic component is very high when it comes to sexuality.
And then then maybe there are some instances where you can turn gay, I guess. But
you
I
might
think
be more like open to be curious about things and try things.
Right. Yeah, there you go.
But I think your main preferences are largely genetic.
And so I think that a person will eventually find their sexuality. And I don't think they need prodding from their teachers to find that sexuality. The people they hang out with, what turns them on, what they find attractive, their surroundings, their friends, the situations they put themselves in, the events they attend. I mean, just their internet, where they go on to, where they find themselves going to on the internet. I think eventually somebody will find, the younger generation will figure out what they are. I think, and I think you can teach. There's all of these possibilities.
No,
and
because you're opening up Pandora's box, and inviting discussion about this. Oh, but it's not part of the curriculum. We're just having an open discussion about this in third grade. Why?
No, maybe not third grade, but hear me out.
Fifth
these
grade.
These topics are being talked about by the kids.
Okay.
I mean, they're talking
It's not
about
the teacher's place. That's my opinion.
They're talking about them. I think on the playground, and I think when they're in Dan, when they're in settings, they probably little Danny and his boys probably talk about this kind of stuff.
They do.
You know,
They're aware of it.
Kids that are transitioning in school. Kids that
There were
are.
lots of things I talked about with my friends that I didn't consult my teachers about. If I was a teacher and some kid asked me, I'd be like, "Go home, ask your parents." It's not my job.
Well, listen.
You don't have parents? Oh well, too bad. Google it, bitch.
And I would be the parent that said, and I would be the parent that said, if a kid walked up to me and said, "Hey, do you think I'm gay?" I would be the parent that says, "That's something you need to figure out, bud." I mean, or ma'am, or I think that's something that you need to figure out. I don't think I have a dog in that fight, and you need to figure that out.
You wouldn't be like Kevin Hart and smash the dollhouse over his head?
Is that what he did?
He said
on
that.
Twitter. He was
joking, and he got chastised. I mean, he got ripped apart for that one. Just making a little joke.
It's ironic because apparently he was, doing some things to get some parts of movies, according to Cat Williams. I'm just saying.
We don't know that to be true.
I know
Cat
we
Williams
don't.
loves throwing
Although
darts,
Hogan did validate it.
Yeah.
I mean, Hogan validated it. Did he not?
That sort of stuff happened.
15, 20 years ago, Hogan said, you could be on the verge of Hollywood stardom, and a couple of these studio heads would, have you show up at a premiere or something like that. They would make it known that they wanted to mess around with you in a gay way, in a man-on-man way. And a lot of stars had to do that. And Hogan said he told the guy that he didn't go that way. And he never got another leading role in Hollywood ever again.
Really?
Never got another leading role in Hollywood again. So I think listen, we've been through the Jeffrey Epstein.
The Weinstein?
Hold on. We've been through I was going to get to Weinstein.
Yeah.
We've been through that. So we know that world, that sick, crazy, very powerful men doing, if you were to break what the Epstein effect is, and that is very, very, very affluent and powerful men that are probably calloused by conventional Little House on the Prairie missionary style, your wife's sex, and they're going into islands onto a private island owned by a multi-billionaire, which people really can't figure out where he got all of his money. And heads of royalty from England and supposedly presidents from our country visited these islands where there were known underage girls. This guy gets in trouble. Next thing you know, he's found dead in prison. Then you got the Harvey Weinstein deal, and that really is happening in front of our eyes. That guy will die in prison.
Hopefully.
And he was at one time one of the biggest heavy hitters in all of Hollywood. If you wanted a role, or you wanted to be a lead man, you wanted to be a Tom Cruise, you wanted to be a Mark Wahlberg. You wanted to be that, and there were Cameron Diaz. I think there were some women that testified against him. He would make these women sleep with him in order to get these big time leading roles in these big movies that, having done, if you do one big blockbuster can set you for life.
Yep.
Yeah.
One big blockbuster. I mean, look at Pretty Woman. It set Julia Roberts for life.
Was that her first one?
That was her first big. That was her first big breakout.
Yeah, yeah.
So and I'm not saying that Julia Roberts had to do anything, but you get one big blockbuster. Some talent agent, some head of some studio, somebody in Harvey Weinstein's position. They're the ones that cast these things. They're the ones that are financing these movies. I mean, at the end of the day, Dan, you know how movies are. They're financed by, hedge fund people and guys like
investors,
that.
yeah.
And they make the decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And Harvey Weinstein could call up the executive producer or the studio and said, hey, for the leading role, there's a Jewish girl named Anna Hummel, and I need her to be in this particular role. You nailed it, Anna. Next thing you know, you're the hottest Jew in Hollywood.
It's pretty much what Lou Pearlman did.
Yeah.
Everyone in Hollywood's a Jew, so I don't know how much that says.
Lou Pearlman did it on the music side of things. Where 98 Degrees and the back
NSYNC
and the Backstreet Boys, they all had to homosexually hook up with Lou Pearlman.
Do we know that?
Funny about that, Bubba, is that he didn't get in trouble for that. He got in trouble for pyramid scams.
Yeah, the Ponzi scheme.
The Ponzi scheme.
Not the sexual.
Not the sexual stuff. That he was able to avoid that for some reason.
Over 18?
There's no statute.
Were they all over 18?
You know why, too?
Why?
Two reasons. One, the statute of limitations, but the other one was...
I didn't think there was a statute for sexual assault.
None of those groups, those big, the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, 98 Degrees, these boy bands that he had developed, none of them wanted to testify because they had made their money and they didn't want the drama. And he was already wanted in, if they caught him, he was going to do 40 years in prison on this Ponzi deal. So they're like, we're not going to subject ourselves to having to relive that testimony, what we did.
And embarrass ourselves?
Yeah, exactly. You think...
I understand.
It was a known fact that he was sleeping with all those boy band guys?
They don't know how many of them, but...
Who came forward who was the whistleblower there?
I think
Rich Cronin.
Abercrombie and Fitch.
He was one of the first ones to come forward.
And then I think I do think Justin Timberlake acknowledged that he didn't participate, but he knew about a couple of his bandmates that did.
And I like Justin Timberlake, but when he was a young kid, he wasn't super masculine.
I like Justin Timberlake.
I love him now. I think he's great now. I hated him as a kid.
He had top ramen hair.
What's that?
He had top ramen hair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Seven things the middle class won't be able to afford in the next 5 years.
AOL news?
Don't worry about what kind of news. I get news from different places. If I find it something that I want to talk about, I'm going to talk about it.
I know you
about
are.
to get mine. I'm also going to talk about NFL free agency next too.
Hell yeah, I can't wait.
So you can just sit there with your arms crossed and be the awkward.
You're looking. Don't say it.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm like, what's action?
Yes, this is a daily telethon. We gotta keep the lights on somehow. So don't forget PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. All at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
We'll be back after this.
I'll take free agency all day.
Just so you know. I don't know if you got an email or anything, but it's...
Take them if you have one wish. Ha. For the summer. For the summer. I like to know where Abercrombie and Fitch. I think that's when I learned what Abercrombie and Fitch was. I take them for having one wish. Ha for you. For the summer. For the summer. We will smile. Where my geriatric millennials at, biatch? Are you a millennial? Even? Yes, you're like on the cusp almost.
41, 2 is on the cusp, right?
Or you mean 80, like birth year?
81, yeah, it's like 81, I think.
81, 82, yeah. You're 83? 4. What's up, Jay? Are you here? No, you're here all the time. Didn't realize it's fucking 8:30 already.
Yeah.
For the summer.
Time flies.
For the summer.
You're 83? My wife is...
Me?
Yeah, would you say
7.
87?
He's 84.
Kendall's 81.
Yeah, we were trying to determine who's a millennial.
Kendall is
she's the
technically a
cutoff.
millennial. She's the cutoff. And
Is she?
I said she really is, yeah. And I think she's like the first year one. I said she's so not that. She's like more of a generation X. She's an old soul.
Yeah.
Because she's so far on the edge of that there was no real social media. I mean, she
Yeah.
was different.
I'm considered a geriatric millennial.
Oh, you are. Well, she's a super geriatric millennial.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that really a term, geriatric?
Brian.
I've heard it used.
Interesting.
I think there's still some millennials like in their 20s and stuff. So.
Danny is like 2 years away from the edge of Boomer. I think Boomer goes to 64.
46 to 64.
And Danny's 66. So I used to fuck with him. I'm like, you're there.
Call him
You're on the
Boomer.
cusp.
Yeah. Yeah, because the average boomer like turned 65, I think, last year, this year, something like that. My mom's like right center of that.
You forget it. He looks so good for his age. I mean,
Sounds like he's fucking falling apart.
his shoulders.
I know, and he's like, oh, my neck's talking to me because I'm overcompensating for my labral tear. Is it labral?
He hasn't really had a lot of the problems that I've had over the last 10 years, but you kind of, every 40-year-old gets either teeth, back, neck, shoulder, knees. It starts happening at 40-ish. You'll find your friends like, oh, I got to get my knee scraped out. Oh, I got to get my shoulder done. Oh,
Yeah.
It starts happening. Your wear items start wearing out.
Yeah. I'm really trying to delay that as much as, or prevent that as much as possible just by always staying active. So, because I know that especially around like my age and younger even, you break and then you try to come back into an active lifestyle, you run into problems.
There's no doubt. I've never stopped being active.
Right,
nor
same.
canning.
So when people ask me like, oh, like when I think about, do I feel that much different than I did in my 20s? It's like, it's hard because I never stopped. So there wasn't like a break and then I come back and I'm like, oh shit, it's hard.
I still
now.
think that.
You know?
Right now, like when I do things,
Was this
I don't
harder?
feel much. I swear to God, I still think that way. And it's like if you're telling yourself it doesn't, then I don't think it.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of mind over matter. I think your body reacts to it for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
You know, you're in shape. Obviously, got good genes, and so you'll be able to keep that moving.
It's mostly lifestyle, but yeah.
It is lifestyle.
Yeah.
You know, Danny is always, no matter what he's done in life, he's benched at least a couple of times a month, every month for the last 40 years.
Yeah.
He's ridden his bike consistently. There's been some times where he's taken off his bike, but he's ridden his bike consistently for 35 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So with those consistent sports, he's been able to maintain this level of athleticism.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, and your wear items are finally going later than all of us. We all started in our 40s.
But I didn't do the same thing over and over again. I would always switch up and do different stuff. I would run, then I would cycle, then I would swim, or I did Ironman training all together for a few years, but over the last 40, I haven't. It's always been kind of
sporadic, but always something.
Yeah, and I never overcycle, I never overran, I never, I try not to overwork out. So, I think, because you can wear shit out.
Sure.
People that cycle thousands of miles a year for 20 years, their hips are gone.
Well, there's a lot of ultra marathoners that start dropping down in their 50s.
I don't understand how those guys do that. There's this guy I met who was 77 and he was doing those ultra marathons and riding his bike 500 miles in 3 days and stuff, and it just blew me away.
Peter Attia talks about the crazy endurance athletes. I mean, we're talking about a very small fraction of people, but he's like, that is not good either. I think that somehow enlarges the heart and they start dropping dead.
Yeah, like David
Like they'll run 60 miles in the desert and then
what's that guy's name?
amazing shape and then just drop dead.
Rogan, is that his name? David, whatever, the guy that always on Joe Rogan.
What's the name?
Is it David Rogan?
Goggins?
Goggins. Yeah, that dude's insane. He does all that shit.
Yeah, he's great. He did that on with shin splints. Fucked up shins. He just ran 100 miles. He's. I'm like, do you ever smile? Do you ever laugh? Do you ever chill the fuck out?
His birthday text is Rogan.
Oh my god. Happy birthday, you fucking bitch.
Exactly.
Don't spend it on the couch, you fucking pussy. Matt, I had you rolling.
Yeah, she's got strong oral skills.
What were you talking to me?
I was talking to chat.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Were you sleeping in and missed the first hour of the show? Don't worry. It's all at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We often try to live a more heart-healthy lifestyle, but sometimes it means just some unobtainable routines and stuff. When you can get with Super Bee Heart Chews and they make it very easy, just 2 daily little chews and you're off and running. You can get daily blood pressure support with just 2 tasty chews, and they even promote heart-healthy energy without the stimulants. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beets are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. It's the number one, or Super Beats, I should say, that is the number one doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support. Super Beet Heart Chews are also support healthy circulation without the stimulants. No pills to swallow, no ingredients to mix to prepare. It's all plant-based. It's no artificial sweeteners, and quite frankly, it tastes pretty damn good. Double your potential with Super Beet Heart Chews. Get a free month supply of Super Beet Heart Chews, all on all bundles, and then you also get a free full-size bag of
turmeric.
That stuff's great for you, and that's valued at $25. And it all starts and stops by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Get this exclusive offer only at BubbaLovesBeats.com. We were talking,
Bubba,
about what?
I'm sorry.
You just interrupted me.
I know I did.
Damn you.
I know.
Damn
But Jay looks like he's in a dungeon, and there's a light that's 10 feet away from him. Would it be that bad to move it 5 feet closer?
No. You should have already moved it.
Okay, well, I just noticed it as we went back on.
Oh, yeah, he does look like he's in. So why don't you go over there and be Johnny Light Guy?
I'll do it.
Be Johnny Grip Guy.
Jeez. Jay, I'm trying to make you look better, bro. Don't yell at me.
Jay, I'm trying to make you look better, bro. Don't yell at me.
Yeah, dick.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean,
I wasn't yelling.
I don't even know how much better that looks, but
It looks way better.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does. It looks better.
You can see his Italian. You can see
He's
his
a good-looking kid.
You can
Yeah,
finally see his
great-looking.
Italian. You can finally see his Italian features.
Oh, yeah, you can see my Roman
whippersnapper.
Now we were talking about DeSantis and this bill and all this kind of stuff, and I'm going to get into that to the 5 or 7 things that the middle class can no longer afford in a couple years. And I'm telling you right now, they can't afford it now. Like. Things are house like if try to go out and buy and you're talking to a guy that used to own, you know, I used to have a pretty big house, a pretty badass, you know, 6,400 square foot badass mansion.
It's one of the nicest houses I'd ever been in at that point.
Well, thank you.
It really was beautiful.
And-
The shoes off at the front door I don't like because that's you know.
And I lost it, and so I couldn't afford a house right now. I couldn't afford it. I mean, like, there's just like people that are middle class, the regular workers out there, the $35,000 to $65,000 a year people, the teachers, they can't afford
gas, food, electricity. They can't afford anything right now.
No, it's just like it used to be that, you know, if you had a pretty good job, maybe your partner had a pretty good job, you could go in and get a house together. You know, you made 30, 40 grand, your husband or your boyfriend made 30, 40, 50 grand. You could go in and get a nice house in a nice neighborhood.
Yeah, the American dream.
You can't do that anymore.
Been destroyed.
Like Lummy, what are houses in your Wesley Chapel, high end, low end going for? Let me see, probably low end 500, high end 7.
I'd say the low end 450, and yeah, on the high end, yeah, you're right.
450 to 700.
Yeah.
For what, a house?
Yeah.
In Tampa Bay?
No, for like a Wesley Chapel, suburbia, you know, regular house. Not down by where you live, Dan. Not where Jay lives. I mean, people know not to even look down there. Please.
Well, the problem is that the financing costs so much, the interest rates are so high, so homes that used to be attainable, not only the purchase price, but the ability to get the financing for it. You need to put 20-30% down on a house that costs $425,000. That's, you know, 90 grand. Not a lot of people I know could put 90 grand down on anything, and I don't care how many years you've been successful. That's a lot of money for anybody. That's for a $500,000 house.
Right.
And so they may be as much as 30%.
And if you did happen to have that 90, you don't have a lick more. That's every damn thing you got.
Right. And
so
then,
now you have no rooms to paint the house, re-roof the house. Because you usually don't buy a house the way you like it. You know, you usually have to make some changes. Or even upkeep. If you've stretched out your savings just to buy the house, chances are you don't have much savings left. So for the curveball, for when you need a new roof or you need a new hot water heater or whatever.
How about power, property insurance,
and
electricity?
Property tax. What about property taxes? You know, I'm very fortunate. I have a house that I love and it's huge, but I bought it 20 years ago. And I still pay astronomical amounts in property tax.
My property taxes, I'll just say it now because I don't pay it anymore, and it probably pales in comparison to Davis Island and where you live. But my property taxes were $26,000 for where I lived.
Yeah,
26,000.
So now that's 50,000.
Yeah.
All day long.
Yeah.
And if you try to buy a house for $12 million off of West Shore, which is what they're costing now, or $8 to $12 million, you're talking about probably $250,000 a year in property taxes.
When you own it outright.
And you own the house, but you don't own nothing because if you don't pay that property tax, they take it right out from underneath you.
Can you believe Mr. Dick Fabrizi once told me, he was the general contractor on my big house. Me and Richard were building them together right across the street. And Dick once told me, he said, you will never really own your house. I go, well, what do you mean? What if you pay it all off and you own it? He goes, you never really own it because you always got that $25,000 or $30,000 vig over your head for your property tax. So you never really own it. You never ever can just get off the grid, the government grid, and own that home.
They're always tethered to you.
They're always tethered to you.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of finance companies started, and I believe it's still going on, because I went through it like a month ago. There's no down payment, no credit score, no closing costs, and no mortgage insurance if you're a minority.
What?
So that helps out for them.
Nice.
So hold on. For minorities.
Yeah,
I heard they changed the lending rules.
The what?
Again,
it's open.
Define minority.
It's open
Black and
season.
Hispanic Americans.
What about women and
I'm just telling you what the
Jews
rule
and
that
stuff?
I've been told.
Probably
And
not Jews.
I've looked it up, and it's out there. No
I am
down
half
payment,
African
no
American.
closing cost, no mortgage insurance, and no minimum credit score.
Man, it is
Nice.
open
It's like
season
affirmative action for buying homes.
on white guys.
Yeah, well, and they were supposedly proposing legislation that would actually prioritize people that had been financially strained before, because they were arguing it's discriminatory, financially discriminatory for people who've had bad finances. They can't get homes. We need to prioritize them over people that have a good credit.
I used to feel so really good because when I owned a house, a big ass house, and had a little bit of savings, and owned my own studios and everything, and then
what happened?
Then 2017 came
Oh
around.
my God!
And said, you won't be needing any of this, buddy. You're gonna live in a You're gonna go from a mansion to a travel home to a trailer, from a mansion to a trailer. Anyway, now we were talking about the Epstein stuff. We organically got into that, and then DeSantis is saying that he's going to give the okay to open up some additional documents. That's gonna, as the story says, it's gonna be groundbreaking.
Yeah,
and
they
it's
would
gonna,
say
it's
that.
Gonna,
What's the purpose?
I mean, I don't
to
know.
be transparent.
I know what the purpose is.
To try to submarine Democrats?
Probably.
Yeah, but they released all the names of the people on all the flights and all the other stuff. No one cares. It's like no one cares.
Ron hasn't made the best of decisions in his second term. He really has not. He's just here. I'm trying to get this thing to
load.
It's giving me a buffer, Willie. DeSantis speaks at a Palm Beach police department and says that it's going to blow the top when he finally releases, or if he releases. I'll try to refresh it. The Epstein document that it's going to potentially.
I think that's just them signing it, honestly.
Oh, that's just him signing it.
I want him
It's
to
from
release the
last
text
week.
messages between him and Bridget Ziegler.
That's
what I want to see.
Yeah.
Release that, bitch.
Yeah, I mean, I do, Dan. I have to endorse your outburst. I really do. Usually, I'm trying to quell your outbursts, but I'm endorsing that outburst. And Jay says he cannot. He has a higher decorum or something like
Well,
that.
it looks like with the DeSantis thing, he's the victims that were sexually abused when they were minors still want the people that did it to them to get justice.
Hold on here we go.
Here
we go.
29. Okay.
Yay. Sharpie?
Well, he'll sign with like 5 different Sharpies.
Can you use a pen?
No,
like an adult?
He'll sign like 5. And then they'll.
They're out of crayons.
Blue ones
You gotta use a marker?
and then they hand out.
Draw the pages behind it.
All right. So what's this say?
That's in the books. Long time coming.
Yay.
Signs. DeSantis signs grand jury testimony disclosure bill. So now, what does that saying? That's gonna It's not
gonna do nothing.
The
Bubba.
bill HB 117 states in part that the grand jury testimony may be disclosed as long as the subject of the grand jury inquiry is deceased. So they're saying now, if Epstein was alive, this wouldn't be discoverable. But if a person is dead and they've been part of a grand jury inquiry, then now Jay, are they saying now that that's open season?
Yep.
So what do you think about that, Jay? I'm really curious.
I'd have
because
mixed
it
feelings
could
about
be. I have a friend that's on a federal grand jury right now, and she's been on it for a year. And she meets 3 out of every 4 Wednesdays for, hours. And the prosecutor or the person bringing the evidence to them is usually the same person every time. And they form this bond with them. And it becomes like they almost are like
they're
Stockholmed.
Oh, okay.
Like they're happy with their captors, even though she can't make money.
I'd
she's
be
not
so
getting
mad.
compensated.
Hold on. I would be so mad that I said no to everything they brought to me just because you're making me be here
For a year.
Yeah, I'd be like, no,
A year.
no. Unless it was something like, hey, some dude was raping some kids or some, stealing from grandma or something like that. But if it was anything borderline, I'd be like, nah, I ain't doing it. Nope.
Yeah, and so the testimony there is sometimes
For
a
a
little
year?
For a year with a 6-month kicker. She may have to do 18 months.
I just got out of, so I got this letter that you are summoned for federal jury.
That's that kind of stuff that could turn into it. That's what she got. It started with that, Bubba.
Oh yeah. So hold on.
Jeez,
so
man.
I got it, and it was during my USAC race that I was supposed to report to the Sam Gibbons Federal Building. Had all these instructions and all this kind of deal, and said if you do make this jury, it's going to take approximately 3 months. To do this jury and this. But so I just got on the website, and they actually have potential juror questions or things like that. So I just went in there and said, hey, my name's Bubba the Love Sponge, and I am part of the media, and I am going to be on a family vacation during this time. And they, about 3-4 days later, and I printed it out too, they said, we are in receipt of your potential issue, and you are relieved of your duty.
Nice job,
And
baby.
so, and believe me, I made 5 copies of it, took a picture with my cell phone.
Smart.
So they couldn't come rolling up in here, because I think if you don't report for federal jury duty, they can come get you.
That's a problem. And there's legitimate ways for a person like you or Danny or me to get out by just telling them what your profession is.
Right.
They don't want media people. They don't want a physician in a medical malpractice case. They don't want a lawyer.
They don't want a lawyer.
No, because I would say, they ask you the questions. Have you or anyone in your family been convicted of a crime? Do you have bad opinions about the police? Have you or your family had a bad experience with the insurance industry? Or do they work for the insurance industry? You, me, Dan, all of us could say, absolutely. I support Leo, but at the same time, I know people that I believe have gone through things unnecessarily.
I got arrested.
And I can't be fair and impartial.
And I've been through 4 trials.
That's all you'd have to say is I've been arrested 4 times. I've faced trial. I cannot be.
I haven't been arrested 4 times.
Excuse me. You arrested once.
Yeah.
Faced 4 trials, and you could say I cannot be fair and
I'd be like,
impartial in this judicial system.
I would say unless I can help the U.S. government and their case. I want to be there for Dyer. I want to help it all. If I want to be like a little
Bubba legal.
Unless I can help legally, man, I don't want to be a guy that makes a decision. Or I'm going to be the foreman of the jury, and I'm going to play all kinds of cute games. Like, I'm going to be the kind of guy that passes the judge 6 notes a day for questions. Could you
imagine his Bubba jury questions?
So hold on, Jay.
The 4-person jury.
If they elect me to be the floor person, which I could persuade them all.
Of course you could. Of course you could.
Like, listen, guys, I have the most experience here. I know how to do this. I've been through trial 4 times. Just let me be the foreman. So Jay, I would literally get with you and Danny secretly and come up with some trip-up questions, and I would literally, how usually
you wouldn't need to come up with talking to me and Dan. You do it on your own.
Exactly. So you know how the judge usually opens up court by after we're all in there, we've done the Pledge of Allegiance and all kind of deal. We've all stood while Your Honor comes in, sits down. They ask us to be seated. Usually the jury is there, and the judge turns to the jury and says to the jury foreman, "Does the jury have any questions?"
Yep, before the witness steps down.
And the jury, I can be like, Your Honor, I have 6 of them, and I've written, and I even know the format. I've written each one of them on its own separate card. I'll be handing it over to Rusty, the bailiff, to give to you. But these are 6 questions that we like some clarifications on.
Number 1. The witness just said, I don't remember, I don't recall, or I don't know 43 times. Does that mean he's lying?
Right. And be like, you know. So they would hate me.
That would be the best ever, Bubba. Then you'd be like, you know, in the middle of the witness, can we put our order in for lunch?
Yeah. Be like, Your Honor, I'm fasting right now, and right now you're messing with my fat. I gotta eat.
With my 246.
I gotta eat.
The judge is like, "What's that sound? It's my stomach growling, Your Honor."
Be like, Your Honor, I do a 2-4-6 pill regimen, so I means I have to do my pills at 2, which means I usually am passed out by 4. So if I start slobbering and slumping over on my chair, can you have Rusty wake me up? Because I don't want to miss any of this compelling testimony.
Eagle Gill, 25 on the Cash App.
Can I use my co-juror's notes when I fall asleep?
Yeah, they hate me. Hey, Your Honor, do you know that I'm going to talk about this on my show tomorrow and how effed up this really is and who I'm liking so far? Boy, that's all you'd have to say. They would completely let you go.
No, I don't think you could, because that would be violating an oath. I think you just say the truth, is that I couldn't be fair and impartial because of everything I've experienced as a media, as a reporter.
Look at him wrestling that snake over there. Man, hell with that. Let me look at that.
It's anti-venom for snake bites.
Wow. Milking the venom. That's the horrible job. That's right up there with catching hot rivets. Is milking the venom of a poisonous snake. It's just jobs I just don't really want to do.
Not only that, but I mean that could go awry fast.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Just like
those snakes are slimy. All of a sudden, one gets away from you and he takes a hack at you.
And all those guys have been bit before.
Oh yeah,
their hands are all messed up.
I don't like snakes.
Just like the guy throwing the hot rivets, though. You gotta imagine he's dropped one, right? I mean, you think he's 100%?
Landed on a guy's head 2 stories below.
Yeah, I mean, what?
Look at this snake here, man. Now, are they riling him up or is he riling?
They don't like to be held like that. I'm sure you wouldn't like to be held like that. And then when they put their fangs on the edge of the glass, it kind of milks the venom. The fangs don't have a hole in them.
He's wearing no protection.
They're mad as hell.
Yeah. So the fangs don't have a hole. Wow. They have a groove.
But hold on, isn't anti-venom super expensive?
And it's made from venom.
Well, I know.
Yes.
And the reason why it's expensive is because when they
got to milk them.
Well, the reason why it's expensive is because once they shoot, they only shoot a little bit out.
Right.
Like just a couple droplets out. Mm-hmm. So you have to milk like that. See that right there's probably $5,000. That little bit of anti-venom.
Yeah.
So Dan, do they take the actual venom and then make another medicine, or is it just the venom that they give you?
I don't know the process.
Is it like a vaccine where they kind of give you like a vector vaccine where they kind of give you the disease, you can find antibodies?
No.
Different?
They give you the anti-venom after you've been bitten. So giving you more of that is not helpful.
And it's literally a medical anecdote to it. If you get the anti-venom for that specific poison, you will survive. It's a medical anecdote. Like literally that phrase has a definition. It's an anecdote.
But isn't it really
it's like a memory.
An anecdote's my story.
Really expensive though? Isn't it super expensive? Like $7,000 for a shot.
Yeah, and you have to take several of them. It's several thousand each one. So
does your insurance cover it?
No, I can't imagine.
I don't know why they wouldn't. I mean, they cover a sex change, but if you get bit by a snake, you're on your own, kid.
So they go on to say that they're going to give the details now.
Eric Gill, 40 on the Cash App.
Of the
I sent you a video about anti-venom if you're interested.
Oh, about anti-venom?
And how it works, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Let me see. Let me see here. Boom. Let's go. It's kind of long.
Sorry, I just...
7,000 kilometers away in pieces.
All right, hold on.
Cobra.
All right, no thank you.
Sacred among Buddhists and symbol of ancient.
Did you ever collect lizards or snakes, Bubba?
No.
Neither did I.
Yeah, no.
I used to babysit skinks.
I'm not snake guy, lizard guy. I had to take care of ferret one time in 9th grade.
It's not that bad.
And it just pooped everywhere. Of course, I had to pick the animal that pooped the most.
I was part of the herpetarium club.
Coming face to face with these snakes, Thai snake charmers uphold a tradition that goes back thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
If any snake had an opportunity to bite handed to it on a plate, it would be this one.
This guy looks like he might have got his right arm bit.
Looks like
he's got a cobra like BTQ.
Yeah, he's got his own BTQ cobra going on right here.
2 charmers in this village alone have been bitten recently. But the Asiatic cobra is dwarfed by a gigantic relative, the longest of all venomous snakes, the king cobra.
Oh, hell no!
The king cobra is going to roll up in here and tell him who.
Face.
That's giant.
Look at this.
Some have lived to tell the tale.
That's a spitting cobra hiding in the bushes.
This guy's got all of his fingers chewed off.
You're not so good at your job.
He's got one nail left.
Necrosis.
So it was one bite that did him in.
Mm-hmm.
So
it causes tissue necrosis.
This wasn't 5 bites. This was one bite.
Probably one. Rattlesnakes can do that.
Rattlesnakes do the same thing?
Florida rattlesnakes can do that, yes.
And I survived. Many people in our group have been bitten by snakes.
He's still doing it.
It's not.
Eric Gill, $50 in the cash app, and Melissa Carpenter, $100.
She throws hundos. Mel Carpenter, love her.
Just me. It's more than 10 of us.
Man, they'd have to pay me $1 million a year to be like, I don't even know that I can do it.
This guy gets $1 a day.
I will keep
There's no
performing
TikTok
until I
here, so
die.
everyone in the village is watching.
They don't have TikTok.
That's what I'm saying. They're all watching here because they don't have TikTok.
In Thailand.
Many of the charmers who
listen, I got to go into words. I'm way late, but snakes need shot.
Yep.
What?
I hope I don't get in trouble with my PETA card or nothing, but when I see a snake at the racetrack, I run over it with my lawnmower.
I mean, black snakes are good. They keep the rats away.
I will. I'll be on my lawnmower, my big ass Skag 72 that goes like 11 or 12 miles an hour. It goes faster than that snake, and I'll just be mowing in standard strips, and then all of a sudden one snake will come out and go, and he'll start running. I'll run his ass down.
I ran over a snake
literally
once.
will run his ass down and zero survival rate when you get underneath my mower.
Eric Gill, $100 on the cash app.
I ran over a snake in the street once. I was in the Dominican Republic in a car, and this snake was literally the length of the width of the street. It had to have been 15 feet long.
And you ran over it?
I had to. There's no other way to go. It would block the entire road, and I didn't see it till the last second at night. And yeah, it kind of got chewed. It kind of got rolled up in the tires and stuff like that. But it was massive. It was thick too. It was like
a python,
like 5 inches thick. I don't know what kind it was. It was mangled when I was done.
Rolling over a fire hose.
Dead snake.
Yeah, I mean.
It's an accident, but God, it was
Anna,
traumatic.
As a potential woman, as a woman that potentially could be dating a dude, you're out back when you were single.
Yeah.
Is that a red flag? Snake guy has to be a red flag.
Exotic animal guy is a red flag.
Just like snake girl. Snake girl's a red flag too.
Yeah.
If we're hanging out, if I'm hanging out with some chick and she's like, maybe she's all tatted up with some sleeves, I'm cool with that. I like that. But when she says, you know what? I got one of what are one of those dragons,
Python,
one of those Kubota dragons or something.
Komodo dragon.
I got one of those Kubota dragons.
iguana.
Yeah, when you come to my house, don't mind the dragon that's on the curtain.
That's walking around, just pooping everywhere.
Dude, I think it's a red flag if a guy has a cat, let alone a python.
What about like a bird guy? Or
depends how he is. Is he going in public with the parrot on his shoulder?
On the shoulder,
that's a red flag. Those people are so obnoxious.
And monkey boy?
I've never met any normal people that are monkey boy, parrot person, or any of that. Reptilian.
Just have a dog or you don't even like cat guy? What if a guy had a cat?
Because he was busy and he can't to walk the dog in the middle of the day because he's got a real job.
I don't know.
He just wants a cat.
I guess Alex Stein's a cat guy. He's got
a cat.
He's got like he's an eccentric type.
He's got more issues. He's got more issues than cats. Right?
Yeah.
The 5 things. I don't know how many things that the middle class will not be able to afford soon, which is now extended family trips. Think about it. If you take your family on a trip. Let's say we live in Tampa, Florida, and let's say that a trip. Let's say Dan, your kid,
like Atlantis or something.
Well, it's spring break right now. Just talk about it in Florida.
Well, no, but let's talk about like Floridians. Yeah. Let's say Dan, you were to take your family skiing in Aspen.
Mm-hmm.
That in itself is probably $10,000 to $15,000.
Yeah, it probably is right now.
Airfare. Cabin,
rentals,
lodge,
it'd be a couple thousand flights.
Ticket.
Probably $3,000, $4,000 for the place. Plus, apparently, lift tickets are a couple $100 a day.
Yeah. They're expensive.
And lessons for the kids.
Expensive.
Middle class can't afford that. New cars.
Oh God, have you seen how much they are?
Oh my God, even a base model Ford Focus, And the interest rates on these things now, what, 5? What are interest rates on new cars? Can you still get them in the 3s and 4s?
No,
dude, they're in the
absolutely
8s
not.
to 12s.
What?
Yeah.
Ouch.
What?
If you're going to do it through your company, through the Ford company or a private lender, they're not good lending rates. Terrible right now.
Private school tuition.
That's the worst.
I mean, the average guy swinging a hammer right now, working a bulldozer, busting his ass, making $60K a year, cannot afford where your 2 kids go to school.
No way.
I barely can.
Yeah.
Who said that? Jay?
Me. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how much it is. Kids to go to, there's a few schools in this community where it's almost $30,000 for kindergarten.
Damn.
That's $50,000 you have to make in order to pay that after-tax dollar.
And so if you sent your kid K through 12 at $50K a year,
$600,000.
$600,000
before college.
Yeah, I'd be like $600K. Why can't we keep you in public, buddy?
My entire education, including my private school education at Stetson University College of Law, was way less than $75,000.
Are they giving scholarships to kids in private school?
And I owe it all to my father for paying for that graduate school, but the rest of it was getting good grades.
Not Italians from Davis Island.
White kids from Lutz.
But interestingly, in Biden's new budget, there's $12 billion going to colleges, and they keep jacking rates up. And so the problem is when there's free money, then costs go up. And so when
free money's not being distributed to your kid, my friend.
No, it's not getting to my kid. But so many people are getting free money for education with grants and scholarships that allows the colleges to continue to jack up their tuitions so they can pay their tenured professors and build new buildings on campus.
Home ownership and real estate, that's gone away. Healthcare
oh my God.
Insurance, health insurance.
Even with health insurance.
Most of us don't, not you two, but most of us else in this building don't have health insurance.
But even if you do, the co-pays and the deductibles are so obnoxious, and what they say is not medically necessary, like mammograms for a woman's breast who's got a history of lumps. You think that would be medically necessary? Just go get the test. We'll figure out how to get it paid for later. Insurance denies everything, and oftentimes if you negotiate a private deal, cash pay, you can get an MRI for a few $100, $400. You can get an X-ray for less than $100. Insurance is a terrible system, and the cost of it is obnoxious. Mine goes up for my employees somewhere between 15 and 20% annually, and I eat it every year for my employees, as does Danny. And if anyone has to take less in a year, it'll be me or Dan. It won't be our employees, because health insurance is something that most people cannot afford to offer. And it's still terrible.
I mean, it's like $800 or $900 a month for somebody me and Dan's age.
That's a good rate.
That's insane.
Leisure and travel and retirement. Yeah, I'm not going to have. Please, I'm going to be living in an old person's home. Safe investments for retirees. Although Janie Cakes did, and it was very uncomfortable. Janie Cakes at dinner did tell everybody what they were getting.
Really? My mom started doing that a few years ago. It makes me uncomfortable.
It makes me uncomfortable too. My mom. So Arlene's. See, it must be an old woman thing. It must be because.
Oh, my dad loves talking about it as well.
Oh, like my mom is like, I just want you guys. So I gave my mom cash for her birthday, and it was a pretty good amount. It was a pretty good amount. It was a pretty good amount.
That's awesome.
And it made me feel good. And so she goes, I give it to her, and she's like, oh, my God, Bubba, that's just way too much. And she goes, but then she says, I don't. She goes, but you're getting at least half of it back. And I go, what do you mean? She goes, well, you and Tara are splitting everything 50-50, and I'm sure Tara doesn't really even need any of it, and you'll probably just get it all. I go, Mom, do we need to have that discussion here right now? We're celebrating your birthday.
Right, exactly.
You look beautiful. You look healthy. You've been keeping up on your stuff. You look great. Do we have to talk about that? She goes like, no, we don't have to. But I did take this one CD that I had, and I rolled it back into it. And she was talking about how she took this one CD and she rolled it back in, and she's going to make another $10,000 next year for on this particular CD.
But it is important for her to share with you where these certain things are, so that she's in super healthy shape, but eventually she will pass. And having end of life discussions are super, super important. They're very uncomfortable for the child. Imagine how it is for your mom. I mean, my mom wanted to have us all go over on a different Sunday night for an Italian dinner to go through her jewelry.
Hold
and
on.
I'm like, we're not
Hey,
doing
hold
that
on.
while you're alive, Mom.
Individually?
Yes, she wanted to make it like an event. Like, boys, yours is this Sunday, and then Danny's
I
next
got a
Sunday.
bunch of stuff with my name on it, Jay.
And I
so
didn't
you
go.
missed out. So
Yep.
you're getting the scramble.
No, you're not. We're gonna go through it all like
You're
we did
getting the
Dad's.
shakes.
We're gonna go through it all. Like,
Danny.
see how Dan did that?
Look how Dan's a dick. Dan even gets aggressive on his brothers when it comes to what these
Future inheritance?
Playing with them. Just teasing.
But
No,
you
you're
know, I
not.
think Arlene and Janie Cakes, it comes from a place of fulfillment
Yes.
because they feel like I've succeeded, I've saved X amount.
Right, exactly.
No, it's providing. In their mind, they're like they're
Bubba's
providing
right. He
something
said,
for
my
you
mom,
as a parent.
My mom said this. He's absolutely right.
I've worked all my life. I've
Yes.
been responsible. I own my home. I have some stuff. And it makes me feel good to know that when I die, I can take care of my sons.
Yep.
That's where it comes from. And so they want it to be known.
Especially when they've had hurdles like your mother has and my mother had, and the times they were, not provided much and had to overcome, adversity. These women were strong women in a time when there weren't a lot of them. And so when they can leave something to their children, legacy, and then know it when they're alive, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Your mom
it's
is
just
awesome.
It's just uncomfortable, you know.
It is uncomfortable,
Are you
Bubba.
getting your mom's house?
Oh, God,
Lummy, stop.
What?
Half of it.
Stop.
Well, I mean, I buy. Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, that's
I
my.
figured.
I mean, yeah, I think I am.
Is Merch Crick old enough to live there?
While Bubba is eating whatever the merch chick brought him for lunch, go check out all our great Bubba Army merch at BubbaArmyStore.com.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We'll be back after this.
My shoulder compensating, excuse me. Yeah, is it overcompensating? That's gotta be. Because I couldn't be sleeping well. I'm not. That's the problem. Is like I went to sleep last night. My neck was a little sore. I woke up today and I couldn't move my neck. And so I can't sleep on my right side because my shoulder hurts. I can't sleep on my left side because my neck hurts. I sleep in the middle and I'm sore.
You have a zero gravity chair. That's a pity how to get, like Jimmy did.
For what? For work?
To sleep, you have to sleep in an upright position with shoulders. He still has to.
I need it like a recliner?
Yes.
You're talking about
Like a vampire. Like a vampire, dude. You got to get all Jimmy Clevis on it. He was the first one, zero gravity chairs.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Nope. That's where Vinny has to sleep with his shoulder.
Really?
Yep.
They got the kind of gives
He
you
spends the
automatic
first
blow
half
job
of his
when you're
night in
asleep.
the chair and then goes up to bed
Need my
after.
mom's address? Or Lummy?
He's zillowing it right now.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
See you then.
Bye, buddy.
Morning, everybody. What up, Grouper Lips? Cinnabon flavored protein shake sounds a little too sweet, Terry. I don't think I could do. I could probably do that once a week. I don't think I could do it every day. I'm into what that Bubba like. The Fairlife milk. That's the crap right there. Shiz is core power from Fairlife. It's basically chocolate milk with a few extra grams of protein. Have you tried that, Terry? What up, Rob? Brandon, number 3.
How's your
Cecilia
crash,
Redneck,
Bubba?
good morning.
Okay for a day.
Okay.
Heather Wiz, what up? Huh. Sour Patch Kid? I wouldn't want that kind. I think I can just stick with, chocolate milk.
What is?
He was talking about Cinnabon flavored protein shake, and I said I think it'll be a little sweet for me. I do. Years ago, Bubba talked about the best milk is Fairlife milk.
Yeah.
And it really is. So the core power is Fairlife milk.
Yeah,
Power
I drink it sometimes.
It's just like chocolate milk.
Mhm.
It's the same. It's
chocolate
I like
milk's
the vanilla
23
ones, too,
grams.
yeah.
My son drinks all of them. I just drink the chocolate.
Mhm.
But it's like,
It's
it's
good
not
as
like a
fuck.
protein shake. It's good. You can also put creatine in it. You can mix it up with
Yeah,
shit, and it
it's
doesn't.
great.
It's the bomb.
It doesn't fuck your stomach up.
No,
too,
and I can do it every day.
Yeah, the core power is good. Fairlife is great. Just expensive, but it's good.
Morning, Red Wish 46. No, sir. What up, Big Longer? Tampa Terry, I see it all over the airports now. Good morning, Cracker Chris. Heather Wiz. Yeah, get a good tan, put your sunscreen on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Bubba Army for Life. Optimum Nutrition just released a cinnamon bun flavored powder. Huh. I still don't like the protein powder with like milk or water. It just seems like no matter how much you shake it, it's just kind of the consistency. Any like whey protein or I just can't get the right consistency with anything. It just tastes like a watery.
I usually don't
crappy-
drink. I know this sounds weird, but I'll have like Greek yogurt and I'll put protein powder in.
Oh,
and
that
mix it up.
sounds. I'm not a Greek yogurt person, but that sounds like you could hide it pretty good in there.
Or like cottage cheese.
Oh, I
Even if
bet.
it is a little bit chunky, it doesn't matter because it's wet from the yogurt.
Interesting.
So I do that sometimes with some
Brian
bananas and
Gilson?
strawberries and almonds. You like nuts?
I do. I love nuts.
I'm a big
What's up,
nut
the white
gal.
iced tea?
Love me some nuts.
Yeah, I'm not a big coconut milk fan either. What up, Biggie? I tell them I'm kind of like a child, which is why I like the chocolate milk one.
This is all the proteins.
Yeah.
Banana cream. I've never done that.
Can you drink the really sweet ones?
I usually just get the powder.
Yeah.
Sometimes the shakes, but the shakes only vanilla or chocolate. That's it.
Right, me too.
I don't even really like strawberry stuff.
What up, Steve?
Too sweet.
Do you take some kind of supplement every day?
Not every day.
No. Yeah, I never took a single supplement, a single vitamin until last year when I don't know, it was like blood issues. Remember when I was going through those issues? And now it's like a fucking pill case, like.
Oh yeah, Monday, Wednesday, kind of.
That's crazy.
No, I don't fuck with any vitamins. I was doing it for like 2 years after COVID, and then I was like, you know, I'm gonna just stop doing this. Zero change. So I'm like, how much
My
is this
blood
really?
work made a big difference for me. Like, I was
If you're
taking-
deficient in something,
right,
take it.
you
But
don't
if
need
you're
it.
not, then what are you doing?
Maybe a one a day.
Yeah.
Put up DDP for life. I don't know about that red wave.
You got Bubba live now. If you go through withdrawals later, get your fix at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Now back to the BRN.
I was just reading some latest NFL free agent updates, and it looks like Aaron Jones to the Vikings.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Aaron Jones to the Vikings. Just shoving it up Green Bay's ass.
Yeah, but who's their quarterback?
Who?
I think they're going to stay with Darnold, or he's signing Sam Darnold.
Well, again, which even makes it more why you have to hand the ball off to Aaron Jones.
That's a good point, too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, until he gets hurt 4 games into the year.
True. Or
they run him into the ground.
Or you've ran him into the ground like you did. Who was a badass they had? Dalvin Cook.
Dalvin Cook, man.
Man, that guy was a beast.
Jets legend.
Beast.
From Adrian Peterson to Dalvin Cook.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about, the Packers. Obviously, a lot of people say, hey, the Packers have had, 30 years worth of Hall of Fame, quarterbacks when they went from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, and of course, Jordan Love is yet to be determined. but I mean, think about the Vikings. They had Herschel Walker.
Yeah.
But then they had Adrian Peterson.
Yes.
Then Dalvin Cook.
Yep.
I mean, they've been the running back churner outers, have they not?
Last year they had Alexander Madison, and that guy could barely average 1.5 yards per carry. So I think
I don't know why'd they get rid of Dalvin Cook.
He ended up going to the Jets. I don't remember if it was like a contract thing or
he wanted they didn't want to give him a long-term contract.
And then I don't think
he's at that ripe old age of 27, 28.
I don't think that he ever really did anything at post Vikings, did he?
He went to the Jets last year and pretty much did nothing.
The Jets weren't using him very much. They had already kind of married their running back, and Aaron Rodgers was hurt. So I don't know. I think they didn't want to risk him getting hurt and overusing him with the possibility of Rodgers trying to make that comeback last year.
Is this? And of course, I forewarned that we were going to talk about the NFL a little bit in free agency. So Anna, don't sit there and act.
I didn't say nothing.
Well, you got your hand on your face. Looks like you don't want to be here.
I love some free agency.
Right.
Better than cards.
Oh, so you don't like when we talk cards either, huh? Okay, no problem. Point taken. Was there a side hustle you would like to do? Like, you want to sell some geese, or like, what do you want to do?
Absolutely, that'd be great. We got to offer like 6X skis, though. I don't know how profitable that's going to be.
Yeah, exactly. The big hubbub in NFL free agency, of course, was Kirk Cousins to Atlanta. Now, did he even want to stay with Minnesota, or was he pissed that Minnesota didn't give him a deal last year and he played his deal out? Was it like, and the other thing is, wouldn't it be advantageous for a franchise to sign a guy? That way you get something out of him with regards to trades or, your picks. Because had they given him a deal last year, doesn't make him untradeable, but it makes him under contract so that now Atlanta has to give you something for him, right?
Well, I remember the overall discussion headed into week 1 last year was that they were going to move on from Kirk Cousins one way or the other. I think it really sucked that he went out the way that he did with the injury because he was playing well. He was one of the more productive quarterbacks in the league with Minnesota. But I think the guy's got like 1 playoff win in the last 12 years.
Yeah.
He hasn't really been on the best teams, though.
But, I mean, he's
35, though. It's not like he's getting any better.
And he isn't on the level of an Aaron Rodgers. Now, speaking of which,
think he does make that Falcons team better. Sorry, go ahead.
Speaking of which, is this the make it or break it for Aaron Rodgers? Like, if he goes out and doesn't do Aaron Rodgers type stuff, maybe they're a 9-9 or 9-7 team. Like, what happened? What happens?
He kind of alluded to it, and the Jets have said that they are preparing for him to play 2 years.
Yep.
So if it doesn't happen this year, then he's probably coming back.
Oh yeah, two more years. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers' ego would not let him.
Yeah. So this
isn't
isn't like his
top.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Lummy. This isn't his last chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, can you see that it not working out for the Jets in 2, and then he goes and goes somewhere else?
Well.
Are they saying
no.
Are they saying that the Raiders are priming up for that? Are they saying that San Fran's priming up for that? What?
No,
San Fran's they're happy with Purdy.
With Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I mean the Raiders maybe.
The Packers went out yesterday. They released Aaron Jones. They released David Bakhtiari. They released the Campbell linebacker guy. And they went out and got that running back from the Raiders. Who was it? Josh
Jacobs.
Yeah.
Now is he good?
Yeah, he's a stud. He runs for 1,000 yards every year.
And so for there was about an hour, Lummy, where the entire fanosphere of NFL thought that the Packers were positioning to have the kid from it was Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, Josh Jacobs.
Except for last year, Josh Jacobs didn't get 1,000 last year. My mistake.
And Aaron Jones. And if that was the case, if they could have pulled that off, which they didn't, but for an hour, everybody knew A.J. Dillon was released, but there was about an hour where a lot of people thought the Packers were going to have Jones and Jacobs, and that would have been arguably one of the best backfields in the league.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you can keep them healthy, for sure.
And then one doesn't get healthy, you just throw the other guy in
Exactly.
there. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like they were going to do with A.J. Dillon. And
A.J. just got fat and slow.
He did.
Don't we all, man?
It's like almost Eddie Lacy disease. You know what I'm saying?
Eddie Lacy disease.
Eddie Lacy disease.
He ate himself out of the league.
He did. He got up to 280.
Yeah, he did.
I think the Packers drafted. I think the Packers drafted him out of Alabama at 238, and he got up to. In fact, when he signed his Seahawks deal, they put like a weight kicker clause in there.
I remember that. You know who else had Eddie Lacy disease was Leonard Fournette, Tampa Bay a couple of years ago. The Bucs gave him a big money 3-year deal, and he showed up to training camp fat as hell. Like it was so much of an issue that they were writing articles and asking the head coach about it.
Jamarcus Russell disease. He got fat too. Remember the #1 pick for the Raiders? He was supposed to be all that in a bag of chips.
You remember the story? They gave him, I don't know if it was a DVD or if it was a VHS tape.
It was a VHS tape.
Yeah, it was a VHS tape, and they said, all right, here's all the route combinations we're going to be running this week. Go home, do your homework. Let us know what plays you like, and we'll put them in the game plan this week.
They actually gave it to him after they drafted it to him and said you had the entire summer to learn this stuff. The entire summer. So.
Oh, no. You know what it was? Sorry. It was they gave him a tablet with all the plays and everything, and they could monitor how long he looked at it.
Right. And he told him.
No, that's Johnny Manziel. That's what you're thinking of. I'm pretty sure with Jamarcus Russell. I'll try and find the story. But they gave him a VHS tape, and it was blank, and they knew it was blank. And they said, hey, here's all the route trees for this week. Go home and study this. Let us know what you like. Next day he comes in. He's like, hey, I watched that tape. That's good stuff. And they knew it was blank.
Right. They knew that everything was blank.
The guy didn't even put it on?
No. So the next big after Kirk Cousins goes to, by the way, Kirk Cousins, formerly from Minnesota now, the starting quarterback for Atlanta, the Falcons. Then it looks like the Chiefs went out and got or did they re-sign Chris Jones?
They re-signed Chris Jones.
He got 5 years, 158. Vegas went out and re-signed. Did they re-sign the Christian Wilkins guy? Or did they get him from somewhere?
I think
the Raiders got him from Miami.
Yeah.
He was a free agent. He ended up going to the Raiders.
And so the Philadelphia Eagles, what'd they go out and do?
Saquon Barkley from the Giants.
But he's a running back.
Yeah, but he's a damn good running back. And then DeAndre Swift, the guy that they had, went to the Bears.
Russell Wilson is gonna compete for QB. Well, he'll probably be the starting quarterback for Pittsburgh.
I know they got him on a value deal, but they didn't sign him to sit.
Yeah, they got him on a real value deal.
Yeah,
1.5.
They got him on a free fry McDonald's deal. You know what I'm saying?
Your analogy to Baker Mayfield, I think, is perfect with him. You get him for a year for nothing. He's making other money from the other guaranteed contract, and if he performs well, maybe he's good for another 3-year contract.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, do you think that he has skills still?
Yeah, of course.
I think if they give him an offensive line that gives him a little bit of time and he's not scared to run the offense, it's an Arthur Smith offense up there in Pittsburgh, so I don't know how well it's going to do. But if he's not scared to run the offense like he was in Denver, I think, they keep him clean. He'll be okay for maybe 2-3 more years. But he's definitely not the same guy he was.
But he needs a running back, too.
He sure does.
I mean, his whole career and any success that Russell Wilson has had is because he always had that guy. He always had the beast. He always had a guy that could keep a defense from putting 8 in a box and coming after you.
Yep.
Because you had a running back. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What did they do? I guess they re-signed
Baker Mayfield.
They re-signed Baker. They re-signed Evans.
That's
they
huge.
They did a lot yesterday though. So they traded Carlton Davis, their #1 corner, to the Lions. They got a 3rd-round pick and they gave up a 6th-round pick, or they gave up 2 6th-round picks, I think.
Yeah, they did.
That was just to offload some of the cap that he would have. So they saved right around $3 million with that move.
And they re-signed their kicker, who was a stud.
They re-signed Chase McLaughlin, who had statistically the best kicking season in Tampa Bay Buccaneers history. They got him on a 3-year deal. And then they cut Russell Gage, who was the wide receiver 3. They signed him headed into the 22 season from the Atlanta Falcons. He was a stud, but he just got hurt. Couldn't stop getting hurt. So they had an out on their contract after they reworked it last year, and they let him go.
Packers had that jobber-ass 6th or 7th round draft picked out of Auburn rookie kicker that cost him, I don't know how many games. He was last in the league in field goals. He was last in the league like in almost all kicking parameters. They finally, I think they got the guy from Tennessee Titans. I think the Packers signed the veteran from the Tennessee Titans.
Yes, they did.
Now, what about the Justin Fields? Is he just still in limbo? I mean, he's a Chicago Bear, or
I think he's out.
Is he gone?
I think he's out. People can say,
Atlanta. Okay, no, Atlanta's no longer a player. Pittsburgh's no longer a player. I mean, who do you got? What do you got left?
Running out of time.
I think Field stays. I think they're playing hard to get on draft day.
I think they are too.
I think it'd be in their best interest.
I think Field stays, and they play hard to get on draft day, Lummy. And there's a last-second switcheroo job, and they probably if you're not looking for a quarterback, what's the most glaring need for Chicago? Probably a wide receiver.
Wide receiver, offensive line.
All right, so who's the guy from Ohio State? Pittman?
Michael.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Marvin Harrison Jr. Isn't he one of the top guys?
Yeah, he's pretty much wide receiver one.
Where's he going? Is he going 4, 5, 6?
Top 5. I would think he's more than likely going to be the first wide receiver off of the board.
So
I know those rankings can change after the combine, but I think it's going to be.
So who's at 5 that wants the Caleb Williams guy?
Well, I mean, you could even New England. He's a quarterback. They could trade up to 1.
Yeah, New England.
They're at 3, or you got
who's
the
2?
Commanders,
Washington,
and they want to get a sexy pick, so they could trade up to 1.
I think you got to get Caleb Williams in Washington. I don't think the Bears want anything to do with that kid. He's a walking red flag. The more you hear him talk,
I don't like him at all.
The more he talks, the less I like him.
So can you act like you're going for? But see, now that number 2, 3, and 4 picks know that you're probably not going for Caleb because you didn't do anything with Fields. You didn't dump him or trade him. You kept him, so you pretty much kind of showed your hand. And they might be less likely to trade with you because they know you're not going to pick the guy. So if you're sitting there at 2, who's 2?
Washington.
So if you're sitting there at 2, and by the way, isn't the Caleb Williams guys from the D.C. area?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's the guy you want. You may say, man, the Bears ain't taking that guy. The Bears ain't taking that.
You want to take that chance and the Bears take him?
Yeah, because the Bears could easily bear this whole thing up. Like, that's why this is news still.
Bear it up.
Yeah,
yeah.
Which means screw it up.
Yep.
Like they did with Mike. They traded up for the Mike Trubinsky guy and ended up being the biggest bust ever.
And then the Bears could take Caleb Williams and say, okay, well, look, we have 2 quarterbacks now. What are you guys going to do about it? And they, trade. Just like Eli Manning and Phil Rivers back then.
Right. So there could be, the Bears pick for the number 1 selection, Caleb Williams.
Yep.
The Washington Commanders are on the clock. Washington calls the Bears up and be like, listen, we didn't think you were going to pick that guy, and we want that guy more than anything in the world. So give us that guy, and you take our second pick. This one that we're on the clock on. You take the pick. We'll give you next year's first, and we'll give you this year's second.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you take that all day, don't you?
Yeah.
And then New England calls up and says, hey, we'll give you our first, second, fifth, and
so
sixth.
Then you call New England and say, hey, New England, I got the Commanders on the hook, and they want this Caleb Williams guy. We got him. Do you want him? Yeah, we want him more than anything. All right, well, listen. We need this year's and next year's first, and this year's and next year's first, second, and third.
Yeah.
Boom. Done. Right?
Well, I guess it also depends on how aggressive some of these other teams, like New England, when you look at the top 5, Chicago, Washington, New England, I think are the 3 teams that are going to be quarterback needy. At 4, you've got the Cardinals, who I don't think are going to be targeting a QB. At 5, you've got the Chargers, who still believe in Justin Herbert. At 6, you got the Giants, who just are more than likely going to move on from Daniel Jones, I guess. Had to shed Saquon Barkley, so we'll see what happens. So, I look at the Giants, and I look at, I don't know about the Falcons, but you've got the Bears and the Jets. So if you're the Patriots and you don't necessarily want Caleb Williams and you have a quarterback that you like, but you can look at these teams in the top 10 and just wait around to pick your guy, they could sit there and attract some team who wants to trade up and get aggressive for a quarterback.
Now, hold on. Is the Justin Jefferson wide receiver, is he still available? Is he an unrestricted free agent?
No, he's in Minnesota. I think he might want to trade though.
I think there was some rumblings about him being disgruntled, but I don't know 100%.
Man, I'd love for the Packers to have him. I mean, since they got Jones, we might as well get Jefferson.
Yeah. Well, the Giants, depending on what the Giants do with these picks, they could be a dangerous team too, because they had a really big free agency yesterday. They built up their defensive line. They went out and they got their guys.
They got Packers guard. They
got him, but on the defensive side of the ball, they traded for Brian Burns, that guy from Carolina, who is probably one of the best defensive ends out there.
Didn't the Packers get some safety from somewhere? From the Giants. I think the Packers got the Giants safety yesterday.
Did they?
Lummy might want to look into that for
Jonathan, no, who was that? Xavier McKinney, the number one safety in free agency from the Giants.
Packers got him?
Yep.
We got rid of Savage and got this dude.
Yeah, Packers signed number one safety in free agency, Xavier McKinney.
Okay, perfect. All right, we're running late. We're done with sports. We'll do something else on the backside, okay?
All right.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
You know, it's an interesting question, DDP for life. I saw Michael Bisping commenting that it was elder abuse to let Jake Paul fight Tyson. And then I saw a video from Mike Tyson, who looks a little bit overweight but had some serious speed. Did you see that video?
Yeah, well, it's a fucking bullshit. They're going to wear headgear and 18-ounce gloves.
It's bullshit.
So...
He's taking everyone who's washed up when they're old. That's next.
Yeah.
George Foreman.
He doesn't need money.
No, but could you imagine that's the next guy fight?
Doesn't he have 5 sons named George?
Maybe more. Maybe 6.
He has a daughter named Georgette.
Georgette.
For sure.
Georgette. That's crazy.
Let me get that address I sent you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
For sure, DDP.
DDP. Good morning to my motherfucking people.
What up, the Tim Anglin? Could you imagine if Tyson was the same age as Jake Paul fighting him? Destroy him.
We should do like a 90s reunion tour.
90s reunion tour?
Rick Bowe, Vander Holyfield. I don't know if I'm still alive from that, but Michael Spinks still alive.
Let's throw in like a little guy too, Oscar De La Hoya,
Yeah,
fighting
might
the
as
old
well.
boy.
Yeah, put Roy Jones in there. Jay Bowler.
What?
Good luck with that camper, Scott.
Oh dear. Fucking Bob Cook out there just busting ass.
No doubt.
He's been here like every day for 3 weeks.
I hear Jake Paul's scheduled to fight Muhammad Ali's corpse next year.
Army has 12 kids.
12?
Yeah. No.
All named George.
4 is 12. Let's see. 5 sons, 7 daughters. His 5 sons are George Jr., George the 3rd, George the 4th, George the 5th, George the 6th.
Oh my god.
7 daughters are. He has a Georgetta, but then the other ones have normal names.
Oh, must be nice. Georgetta.
Sure, caviar. Oh yeah, Big E.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Has Mach even been here or been micable, or is he doing a boycott of the mic? Or
No, he never showed up today.
He never did?
No.
No, for real.
No, he said he was working his ass off.
He was in the meeting.
He was in our meeting, Bubba.
I didn't even notice him.
But he never chimes in on the mic anymore. Is he mic
didn't
check?
chime in.
Did he ever?
He's a man on a mission today. He's working.
Okay, Mach, are you good with me? Are we good?
Are you mad at me?
Are you mad at me?
He's been here like
No, we're
4
good.
times.
Check yes or no. Are you mad at me?
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
There you
check
go.
1 2.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Don't forget today's after show will be Clem and Kush. It's a podcast that me and Kushner do. It'll be available wherever you get your podcasting, whether it's iHeart, whether it's iTunes, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or just Bubba Army HQ. Any of that and more. Clem and Kush will record it probably about 10, 15, 10, 20. We do it for about, I don't know, sometimes, I freak out and it lasts 13 minutes. and sometimes it'll go for an hour and a half.
Nice.
So there you go. Now, this right here is not a problem. It shouldn't be a problem. And this is what kids, college kids, maybe even high school kids.
They're saying there's reports of a lot of high school kids.
This should be okay. And of course, bad headlines always, garner more attention than good headlines. But this is what college and maybe high school spring break is supposed to be. And so it says, we won't stop spring break revelers. Ignore crackdown effort as they pound drinks and film sand wrestling battles in raucous first weekend. So last weekend was pretty much for the state of Florida. And if you live down here and maybe you're listening to us somewhere else, but spring break is a way of life. It
Sure
is. It's just if you live here, we get about 2 times the population influx over the next 6 to 8 weeks will invade our state, and our state is very much reliant upon the tourism dollar, and spring break is a major part of that.
Mm-hmm.
And Miami, in particular, last year was having some huge problems, but they weren't having problems. This right here, what I'm going to show you, this shouldn't be a problem.
Is this Fort Lauderdale, right?
Yeah. So this is what Jay. This is what I did.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Jimmy Clevis did. This is what Dan and Pitty and Steve and Jeff Giraganti and Fabrizi and all of my friends, this is what we did on spring break.
We were doing this in Daytona when I was in college.
Pensacola, Daytona.
Yeah, we were Fort Walton Beach, Fort Lauderdale,
Panama City.
Yeah.
You know, we would all gather around and a couple guys may wrestle. We would be drinking excessively at the beach.
Yep.
We would be all hanging out doing beer bongs and
What's
look
with the feats of strength?
Go to Spinnaker at night, try to get in with a fake ID.
Go be looking at hot chicks with their asses hanging out. The hot girls with their asses hanging out would be doing hot girls with their ass hanging out
Just
activities.
shaking
Mm-hmm.
And this is exactly the spring break that Florida needs to stop putting their head in the sand about and promote.
But what they had in Miami last year was not this.
No. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh.
What they had in Miami last year was not daytime fun at the beach, drinking, going to nightclubs. They had thugs shooting up in the air, fighting, lighting off fires.
Living out of their cars, not getting hotel rooms.
Living out of their cars, not getting hotel rooms, and just being overall degenerate thugs. Not any of this. This is what spring. Although you may find this shocking that some girls drinking, either straight vodka or moonshine.
It looks like Patron.
Hell yeah, baby girl.
Yeah.
That's an upgrade.
Doing Patron shots. There's Dan right there with the beer funnel, which looks like
Dan has a better body
hunch punch in the beer bong.
Some hunch punch. Here's 3 hotties, one of which has got a tea back on.
Made with grain alcohol. Hunch punch.
Here's the other 3 hotties that you're hoping to meet at Spinnaker's later that night.
For sure.
None of this is a problem. None of this. In fact, you can write it negatively like the way they are, or you could say, finally, spring break is more normal than ever.
It's college kids enjoying.
And guess what? On that beach yesterday, there was nobody that got shot. There was nobody that,
No assaults, no robberies, no shootings, no murders, no rapes.
Can you explain the
Maybe
feats
a
of
couple date
strength
rapes
for me?
What do you mean?
Like, I understand dancing and drinking and whatever, but there's so much like wrestling.
I'll tell you that one of my best
guys are.
One of my best memories, literally, Anna, in college was a spring weekend that we had in Panama City. And it was a big deal for my fraternity, and all the sororities would come, and one of the big brothers drew a circle and wanted to wrestle me. And he didn't know that I wrestled in high school. And so in front of all of my fraternity and all the hot women in the school at Florida State, I whipped his ass on the beach. And it was one of those days that I still remember it. Sorry, Paul Weekly. It was one of those funny days.
But you and Paul didn't bring out a gun and shoot you.
No, he said he had a country accent. He's like, "You got me, Jay." It was awesome. It was funny. We laughed. You got me. I didn't beat his ass.
And then you guys were boys. You pinned him or you beat him, however.
Stuck his face in the sand.
And then
hell yeah.
And then you probably did beer bongs.
We absolutely did. We hung out all day.
But like last year,
it wasn't violent.
And so I tell the city of Miami, man, these people here that you're showing that's a problem. Do you know how many tens of millions of dollars are bringing into your economy? And you've remedied the problem of last year.
I think Fort Lauderdale said let it eat, and Miami imposed all these restrictions we went through.
Yeah, this is all from Fort Lauderdale, Miami.
So that's the difference.
There you go.
Miami has those restrictions, Bubba, that you talked about last week, where it's like $100 parking and all the cops that are there because you're not going to stay in a hotel parking lot and you're not going to do all those things. And so Fort Lauderdale said, come on up here, college kids.
I mean, and look at that. Woo! I mean, does it get any better than that? Woo! And look at, again, last night, I don't think in Fort Lauderdale there were any shootings. And this was the PSA, and we watched it a few days ago, that Miami was running to keep.
When a young Daniel Boone first came here.
It's not.
Daniel Boone's
Because right after that. That's the ad.
Yeah, this is an ad. Yeah, obviously. I just don't know when they're going to let me click out of it finally.
Mountain Town can claim a heritage.
Well, at the time,
give me a click out.
10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I had my Miami condo, 1500 Ocean Drive, right on the Strip, and spring break was a great time. We would specifically want to go down there because the clubs were great. There was awesome entertainment. All the stars and the who's who were there. There it is, Bubba.
Here it is.
We need to talk.
This isn't working anymore.
And it's not us. It's you. We just want different things.
Our idea of a good time is relaxing on the beach.
Hitting up a spa or checking out a new restaurant.
You just want to get drunk in public and ignore laws.
Do you even remember what happened last March?
And by the way, none of what they just showed happened in Fort Lauderdale yesterday.
No.
That was our breaking point, so we're breaking up with you.
And don't try to apologize and come crawling back. This isn't safe, so we're done.
And just so you know, we're serious.
Commercial.
Right. This March.
Well, this is Miami's commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
This is the commercial that the city, the beach, Miami Beach was running.
You can expect things like curfews, bag checks, and restricted beach access.
DUI checkpoints, $100 parking, and strong police enforcement for drug possession and violence.
Whatever it takes, because it's time to move on.
Maybe we can talk when you're done with your spring break phase, but until then.
Or you can pretty much destroy every tourist-based business in Miami, and Fort Lauderdale's just straight getting paid.
Yeah, but it's a different clientele.
Different
Bubba.
clientele.
Way different. If you look at who was in Miami last year, and then you just went back to that article.
No,
and
I
you look
know.
At the pictures,
I was not trying to be so obvious about it. Let me.
No, but even with these, but even with these restrictions, they're still going to be full. Because of those restrictions, they're going to get high money people from all over the world and all over Florida to go there knowing that they're going to have a much safer environment in Miami. The problem is there's 1 mile, 5th Avenue to 15th Avenue. That's it. There's no other beaches that people go to. Fort Lauderdale's much more spread out, much more friendly to kids and college kids. It's just a different clientele.
When I come back, I think I got one more to make up, don't I? One more?
Yes.
Okay. The guest model, Zeta Voss?
I think so.
She has an interesting spin on things. When she goes to rap concerts, she wants to be able to sing the lyrics.
The original video, I think, is if you scroll down,
Yeah, it's down here.
Yeah,
it's, Well,
it was a TikTok video somewhere in there. It may just load with time.
It loaded when I hit this one right here.
Oh, there
That's
you
the
go.
one I
Yeah,
was ready
yeah,
to go with
yeah.
until you interrupted me like I didn't know what I was doing, bitch. About to get mine.
Okay, sorry.
If you want to deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We'll be back after these words.
What the temperature was more so.
I was
are
just
people
100%
cool with it?
watching. There's a lot of people watching, and no one cared. No one cared. They all sing the lyrics. It was fun.
Did you see that video of Kendrick Lamar bringing that white chick up? That fucking made me hate him forever. And he's like, sing the song with me. She does, and then he fucking humiliates her and saying like, what? What did you say? Let's sing it again. She kept saying it,
I told my boys, don't ever sing that on a video or sing it. I mean, you got to be very, very careful with that. I know you love the
It
musicians.
was just a trap. It was just fucked up.
Yeah, there's really no good outcome
it's
there.
Fucked up. I mean, I hate to say I kind of agree with this chick, but I knew as soon as she posted that, she'll be making an apology soon, and sure shit. She was like, oh, I didn't realize.
I'm sure because they're just not going to be. I've
Watch it.
looked at the story. I just haven't seen it. I went to a concert like 10 years ago. Came up with Justin Timberlake. Oh, fuck. Jay-Z. Black and white. Black and white was that concert.
I didn't know they went on tour together.
Together. And it was a great concert. Very, very
Who were you saying that to?
My wife. Because I was sitting there watching her, like, is that cool? She was like, I think so. So I was like, well, don't do that.
You're like, sweet.
No, I don't. I don't think.
Give me the mic.
I like the beer. I like the beats. I don't know the lyrics. A lot of them.
Yeah.
What up? I gotta call you the police.
Whoop 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 whoop.
It's a large, Terry. It's pretty funny, XXL.
I lived at spring break. I never went to one.
Really?
Yeah.
I went to
Spring break, I went the fuck home and
I went to Cancun
sobered
one
up.
year, which was the most wild of them all. I did Key West one year. I did Panama City one year, and I went surfing one year.
I gotta show you. This is my senior year of college. Photopia. Yeah. This must be 09. The stars aligned. Got fucked up after this year, but.
My fraternity had a spring weekend every year in Panama City, so we would do that in addition to a spring break.
Dude,
which
this
very
is where
similar.
I went to school. It was so crazy. It was 2009 was my senior year. It was a couple fucking months before I graduated. My sister came to visit. I had some cousins that came to visit. And all of a sudden, like, thousands of people from all over the state. This was my school. I was there. It was
that's killer.
fucking wild. And people were like, why didn't you go to spring break? I'm like, because I live at spring break.
You did.
Isn't that insane? On the beach, there's all these, like, floats everywhere. They call it Floatopia.
That's amazing.
Oh my god, so fun. So crazy.
You see Santa Barbara, right?
It was absolutely bananas. I was
My
here
friend's
this year.
son had a fraternity in one of these houses.
Yeah.
You know they have those
Yeah,
houses
the
right on
senior
the top.
houses.
Yeah,
They're all the
I
senior
forget what
houses.
fraternity he was, and they showed like their fraternity like promo video.
It was
like a drone video showing that on one of those
Mhm.
on one of those balconies.
Yeah.
Insane.
Isn't that crazy? There were kids on the beach, kids in the houses, kids in the water. It was just fucking bananas.
Sounds like a party.
Ooh, did you hear that? It's funny how the style changed. No one was wearing thongs back then.
Acid wash jeans that went up too high on their waist.
Or too low, you mean?
Either.
Low rise
either
jeans
or.
were in the.
I like those.
Wasn't a band in the 90s and 2000s with thongs on the beach? I was growing up, there was thongs on the beach.
The Red Hot Chili Peppers did a
Probably had
concert in Fort Lauderdale where they did cocks and socks. They did a concert with nothing but socks on their penises.
Exactly.
That's the one. It was probably late 80s. If you
At
look it
least
up, you'll see.
this was a year ago yeah, in my school. Yeah, it looks like they progressed. Jumping off balconies.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Missed Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
Second week as the morning show on Florida Man Radio 103.1 Orlando. We don't live there, but I need to spend more time there. I have a legendary brand in Orlando. I think I've been on 6 or 7 different signals over the years. I just wish I lived there and could feel. Is there a 103.1 buzz going on amongst your city? You know, when you live in a city and there's a new radio station that's causing some havoc. I mean, between Don Miller, which is one of my favorite new guys. I love him. I wonder how he'll address this next topic that I'm going to talk about. I was listening.
I'd be curious as well.
I was listening to Don Miller on Friday, and he was talking about that African American prosecuting attorney
Sonny Willis
in Atlanta, and he's like, "Girl, you're done. You're done, girl. Stop playing this card and that card. You're done. You're done." Of course, Shannon Burke in the afternoon, us in the mornings, the Don Miller in the middays. In Florida Man Radio. I wish I lived in the city to see if there's maybe I need to call Shane or Shannon. We got a buzz going on. We got an opportunity to take down 104.1 TKS. I hope so. Maybe we're the weak link, Lummy.
Oh, no.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, quickly. I'm almost out of here.
Bubba.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hitman from Orlando. I want to ask a question, guys. I don't want to rabbit hole, but I just want to ask one question going back to the LGBTQ thing with schools. I taught school 24 years, and I got a question. Who's going to protect the teachers? Because think about this now. You know, kids go home and they run their mouths. They talk about things that happen at school. One teacher says one thing ill that they never meant to say, came out wrong, somebody took it the wrong way. Now you got fired teachers. That's going to happen a lot. I'm telling you right now.
You're probably right on that. You're probably right because some Karen mom has probably more power than some tenured teacher that didn't mean, made a mistake or misspoke. Or if I was a teacher, I would just leave the topic alone.
That's what I'm saying. Just don't talk about it.
It's going to get you in trouble.
It's not your place.
Anna, I love what you said on it. It's not about what the teachers do. Tell the kid to go home and talk to their parents about it. Dan and Jay, I mean, it's going to get legally crazy, but think about this. I mean, you're talking about someone who spent their whole life in the profession, has done everything they were supposed to do correctly. They have a retirement coming, all that good stuff. Yeah. They're going to get killed for,
As did my mother and my aunt. It's you teach the subject you're given. You don't teach sexual orientation, and when they have that discussion, you have to sign a permission slip, and your parents know about it. You can opt your child out. Other than that, there should be no discussions regarding something. If it's in the news, you say, you know what, you should probably talk with your parents about that. It's not really appropriate for me as your mathematics teacher in 6th grade to talk to you about sexual orientation.
All right, bud, listen, we're running late. Got to go. Love you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
This is, she's a guest model. She's beautiful, by the way.
She's pretty hot.
She's way hot.
Yeah.
This is her opinion on going to rap shows.
So this is something that's been on my mind for years.
Yes.
A little heavy on the pumped up lips.
Years and years. And I think everyone is a little too scared to talk about it, and I understand why, because if we ever say...
I hate that chick with pumped up lips and noticeably implanted teeth. I hate that look.
Anything about this situation, there's a lot of backlash. When I am in a concert...
I mean, she makes a good point. She makes a great point.
That I have paid money for, and I am enjoying the music of an African-American artist that I support financially, just as everybody else in the audience, and I love their lyrics, and I am there in good spirits. So clearly I'm not a racist, right? But I can't sing along to all the words in the song, right? Because when the N-word comes up, for some reason, I must shut my mouth. At this point, I really think it's obnoxious that everybody who is not African American cannot sing this word, even if they're there in good spirit and, you know, have love for the same. It's just, there's no other culture that I know of. So maybe it's an ignorance on my part.
Maybe.
I could, anybody.
That nose job's pretty sucked in. Looks Michael Jackson called once his
she was
nose back.
super. She was even better looking without the nose job.
But I've never heard of anybody not being able to say a word. The N-word is not derogatory. You use it.
It's not derogatory.
She was doing okay till about a minute and 30. She started really falling off the edge.
The N-word is not derogatory.
Maybe she'll qualify it.
If you are singing the lyrics of an African American song that an African American wrote, that their art is that song, and if they wanted it to not to be that word, they would have made it something else.
Right.
You should be able to sing it the way they published it.
Term of endearment towards each other. So when I hear it in your music, I also want to use it as a term of endearment. But I'm not going to go that far and say, hey, now I want to start being able to say, what up, to my friends. I just want to be able to go to a concert and not have to suddenly, like a weirdo, pause when a word comes up because I might get like accused of
canceled
being a bad person. Like, makes no sense.
I'd like to know the musicians' take on it. What does Travis Scott and Kanye West and Jay-Z think?
Kendrick Lamar is not a fan of it.
That's terrible.
No, screw all that. You guys are wrong.
You're right,
Don Miller.
Yeah.
Don Miller, you tell me what you think about that, my friend. I just gave you your opening segment, Don Miller. Right there, buddy. He's up next. We're out of here. Clement Cush on the podcast later today. And if not, we'll all be back here tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummox,
co-host Anna Hummel,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up Bean.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.